No, it's not the new theme song to the Ted Coningsby channel, ladies, gents and teddy bears. How are we all doing? How are we feeling? How are we doing? I hope you're well. I hope you're all good and feeling okay. Staying in the green in a lean, mean machine. Yes, sir! Oh, bless him. Big shout out to all the Hedgehog crew. All those. Oh, there's two of them. Look at this synchro pair. Oh, I love that. That was a good start to the morning. The synchro tugs. Beautiful. Did you just see that? Absolutely incredible. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, I want to welcome you to our absolute fun but serious. I don't know if it can be, but welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, where we do take things seriously, ladies, gents and teddy bears. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, and it's quite interesting to understand the connection between teddy bears and an aircraft, because teddy bears were quite common during World War II. That's right, they were used as mascots, believe it or not. Teddy bears have their roots and connection with the Royal Air Force and probably other air forces from World War II. Whereas the children, the sons or daughters, would give their fathers their teddy bears as a mascot. Others just chose a mascot, but usually it was the children's teddy bear to have as a sort of like a keepsake, a lucky charm. And that is actually it's very true. I believe there's a teddy bear inside East Kirkby, Lancaster, Just Jane, and it tells you a little story. I can't remember if it's called Mr. Fox. I don't know why I've got that in my head, but I think it's got something like that. But ladies, gents, teddy bears, here we go. There's our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. And like I said, you know, let's start off with the housekeeping before everything starts. We are in the official spotters car park. There's plenty of parking, and as we always recommend, should the car park get full, please don't park it just outside. There are, of course, you know, restrictions that we have to abide by law. So you can see those double yellow lines, and it's, you know, it can cause a hazard. If you are stuck with parking, we always recommend to go to the car park in the town at Coningsby. It's very cheap. It's a massive car park. There are toilets there, and you can always walk to other places and spaces if you require that. So we always recommend that. Big shout out to Leonardo and BA Systems there in that van, probably. Wintrans Limited. Willtrans Limited. Yeah, so that's rule number one. Please don't cause chaos in the car park. Just, yes, it's annoying, but just park it in the town. £2 I think it is, or something like that for the rest of the day. It's not very expensive. Please do that. Next thing you do, if you are here, there is a burger van here, Steve's Burger Van, between 8:30 and 1:30ish, that kind of time, so you treat yourself to breakfast, brunch and lunch. Okay, there are 8 bins provided, 4 either side. They're those heavy duty ones, and we always recommend to maybe put it in a bag first of all. Get used to bringing about 99p to 199, a 25 to 30 odd swing bin liners where you can put your rubbish in and then put it in the bin. The only reason why we say that is because on very windy days, tissue and light material as such can get blown out. The other thing is the fact that if you do go to places like Macloop, you've already got a bag for a bin because there's no bins provided there. Okay, so we always recommend that if you can. Okay, it's just a little recommendation. The reason why we say that because rubbish, litter, bits of plastic are engine killers. They're known as FOD, foreign object debris, and foreign object debris and an engine doesn't go very well. The next thing you'll notice is a nice twin link fence, a chain link fence. You can, even with your phone, lots of cameras, you can actually manually focus straight through the chain link fence, take photos as though the fence isn't there. However, those with ladders can therefore find a way further down. But speaking of further down, Teddy, let me just put you away for a minute because I need to show people some more rules. Ladders are quite popular, but of course chain link fence, and especially back here, you'll be all right. But over here, you'll notice a red and white fence. Under no circumstances do you stand at the red and white fence. To the left and right of it is a wooden fence. That's fine, just not here. And just behind, if you were to stand there, is a field. Please do not go in that field. It is not good. It is private land and MOD property as well, protecting the approach lights. So please, especially don't even think about parking your car there. Sadly, the fence has been damaged by people standing on them. In fact, if you are thinking about joining Facebook groups, should you take a photo there, they will remove it. Those are red and white to protect you. Crash gate, I can hear a startup. Crash gate, absolute no circumstances. No exceptions. Do you ever park your car and block the crash gate? It is unacceptable. And of course, I have to say it because of the world that we live in, sadly, at the moment. If you spot anything suspicious, okay, I'm not going to give you all the examples. I think you can kind of judge it. You know what I'm trying to get at. If you spot anything suspicious, this could include someone attempting to fly a drone, someone clearly up to something and not even interested in planes. For example, I went to the Wave car park at Waddington. The red arrows were flying. This person was completely uninterested and just doing something to their vehicle all day. Okay. So don't, better safe than sorry. Just report it. They can always have a look and examine it. Maybe there is a genuine reason why they're doing that. Maybe not. Be safe than sorry, yeah? Just report it. If it is, of course, danger of life and an emergency, then please call 999. I'm wondering if I should make a little, just a bit like Leeming. I don't want to take Leeming's idea because I thought that was an excellent idea by the Royal Air Force Police. RAF Police, big shout out to all of you, and of course all in the guard room, the security forces of RAF Coningsby, keeping things sweet and neat. And it's another opportunity in a career that you can take on if you are interested. As a member of the Royal Air Force Police, what they do, because not many people know what they do, they conduct criminal and security investigations. They specialise in aviation security, counter-intelligence, protective security, law enforcement, military working dogs. So if you like dogs and working with dogs, this could be for you. Information and cyber security. And the RAF Police plays a critical role enabling air power operations globally, which is why I do not rack up and stack up. I do contact them to let them know that I'm here every time, no matter what base I go to. So, what are you waiting for? Join the RAF Police. What you will do? Well, like I said, a critical role enabling air power operations. You're basically protecting assets. Okay, a rival role, but the RAF regiment play a similar role to that as opposed to protecting assets. They are operationally global, and they provide a broad spectrum of security and law enforcement capabilities. They'll run criminal and counter-security investigations along counter-intelligence, protective security activities. So if you are thinking about it, what you would do, you'll carry out security activities, cyber, information security, counter-intelligence, security, risk management, airport security. Operational threat assessment, so they'll assess any threats, which is why if you spot anything suspicious on the stream, if I spot anything, let them know, because there's a lot we can do outside the fence to help them. Investigations include digital forensics, crime scene examination, criminal intelligence, child support and domestic violence support as well, because it is more, there is the domestic element to it. And RAF dog police handling duties include protection dogs and detection dogs as well. So what are you waiting for? If you are, because it's quite interesting that I say that, because I'll tell you why. Because Kimberly's just finished her last exam yesterday, and minimum education requirements is to have a GCSE at grade C or 4 to 5, because I think it's changed now, isn't it? It's numbers now. So that's your minimum, or in Scottish National, a 5 at grade C in English language. So you need to be between 17.5 to 47 years old and must attest before 48th birthday. You can apply for this role with a provisional UK driving licence, but must hold a full manual UK driving licence before being allocated to recruitment training. So there'll be specific nationality and residency criteria, all that kind of checks. You must commit a minimum 3 years post phase 2 training and meet health and safety and fitness criteria, and also pass the defence aptitude assessment and pass a fitness test. What are you waiting for? Go for it. It is quite an exciting role. Something that I wish I did actually. That's another role. You know, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna focus. I'm gonna pick a role and focus on it. Maybe keep it a weekly role through the week. You know, what do you reckon? Does that sound good? Let's push recruitment. I don't mind doing it. I really love doing this. I love it. I thrive it. I don't want anything back for it. I just want to see our Royal Air Force continue from 1918 with Sir Hugh Trenchard, with that letter that I've seen proposing a wonderful moment in history where they amalgamated the flying forces of the Royal Naval Air Service, the Royal Navy, amalgamated them into the Royal Air Force. Since 1918, 1st of April, ladies, gents, teddy bears. And as we talk about, you know, all those, when we talk about the scrambles of World War II, they are doing this today. You know, they are continuing that honour today. You know, it's a legacy. It is. It's a legacy and a lineage. You know, we should be proud of them, because, you know, there's a car just going past. You know, very obvious to see the airfield. I get that, but if you're in a busy city doing your thing, it's very easy just to forget. If you look up into the sky, the reason why it's nice and safe is because there are men and women right now protecting it, keeping it safe. It's very, very interesting. It's just like the police, just, you know, our regular police, shall we say, enforcement, you know, they're doing their bit on stuff that we don't see, you know, making it a safer place, and that's what it's all about. Hey, hang on, I'm 47, I might be able to apply, but then there'll be no show. Oh man. Oh well, maybe in my next life, hey, I'll apply. Welcome everyone that's joined in. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, and we're live here at Bomber County, which in a way it's really Fighter County now, and it was Fighter County in World War I, Bomber County World War II, but right up to 1968. In 1969, with the arrival of the Phantoms, this went back to Fighter Town. So we have our Typhoons based here. There are 5 squadrons, Typhoon squadrons based here. 29 Squadron, they're responsible for the training of the junior pilots that have just passed their advanced flying training at RAF Valley. They have their wings already, so they know, and they are professionals, they know how to fly, but they've never flown a Typhoon, so this is where they come. If it's a career with the Typhoon, they'll come here and fly and train with 29 Squadron. 29 Squadron as well, focusing again not just pilots. This section, 29 Squadron, they also take care of training the there's weapons training, the operational conversion unit for weapons, munitions, safety, basically everything to do with managing a Typhoon on the ground as well. So weapons conversion unit to become an armourer. Lots of roles involved. So that's 29. We've also got number 3 and 11 fighter squadrons. Both of those are fighter squadrons. Also got number 41 Test and Evaluation Squadron, and finally number 12 Squadron. The reason why I always mention them last, not go numerical, is because they are the latest squadron to be based here, number 12, and that was in 2020 they started their operations, and they are a joint Qatari Emirati Air Force and Royal Air Force squadron. And since 1976, RAF Coningsby's been home to the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight as well, with their heritage and historic aircraft. They operate the Avro Lancaster PA474. They operate 2 Hurricanes, 2 Chipmunks, a C-47 Dakota, which we are still awaiting to come back, and a handful of Spitfires. Various marks, including P7350, the oldest airworthy Spitfire on the planet, and the only one to have actually served in the Battle of Britain. With regards to the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, the term memorial was added when the Avro Lancaster arrived to the flight in 1973 at Cottesmore. But in 76, Bomber County welcomed them back. How are we all doing? So plenty of startups going on at the moment, so we're just waiting for all the checks to be done. Alistair Goodwin, thank you very much for your amazing support already this morning, which I'm sure Ted will give you a wonderful fly past. We should get the AWCU just getting in the picture there, another role. But they are a privately contracted company, the AWCU. Phoenix is the company. Hi. You right? I will, oh bless. I'll have to do that after the show. Oh, hi. Yeah, any second now. Cool, thanks for that, man. Okay, so very shortly we should see these taxi out. So the Eurofighter Typhoon, this is designated in the Royal Air Force as the Typhoon FGR4, Fighter Ground Attack and Reconnaissance Mark IV. The Typhoon made in 4 different countries, with various bits and pieces, which I've managed to quickly whip up a diagram for you. So here's our quick diagram. Hey, look at this. It's a quick diagram of the Typhoon's parts. Okay, so predominantly, I've always said the left wing, Italy, of Leonardo, right wing of Airbus, Spain, and the mid section of the fuselage, Airbus, Germany. You've got various parts at the back with BAE, the tail, the bits and pieces from BAE, Leonardo, and of course Rolls-Royce with the EJ200 engines, BAE with the radome and the cockpit section. It is around 85% carbon composite. You've got about 30 kilometers of cable in the main fuselage alone, and those cables are not your regular, they are highly insulated. There are 6 bolts that connect and bolt on the wing to the actual main section. In the Manching Airbus assembly factory, to the where they put the Eurofighter together, each one is named from A to Z in girls' names for those that are interested. In here though, this is where it all happens with the Typhoon, the BVR. They did have the ECR90, the Captor M, the manual system by Leonardo, but it's been upgraded to the ECRS Mark II, the active electronically scanned array. In here, it's like a movable radar in there. That's its attack mode in there to give it the fantastic beyond visual range that the Typhoon has. It's able to lock onto targets, probably more now on that new system, the Mark II, but it could lock onto targets 160. I'm talking about fighter aircraft, 160 kilometers away and 300 kilometers away. Hello. You're right, I'll be down and say hello in a bit. Give me 1 second. The canopy's not down yet. Oh yeah, you're right. You're how you doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Well, there you go. It always makes me proud to, you know, when I talk about the history as well, when you get a veteran telling you exactly what you say, it's a bit of a proud moment for me to hear that, because you get a bit of confidence in what you say, because obviously I don't want to give you the wrong facts as well, and it's amazing how they're, you know, they can remember just like yesterday some of the stories. It's really amazing. Such an honor. Forgot what I was saying. Yes, so The Typhoon in the Royal Air Force is designated as the Typhoon FGR4. It's Mach 1.8 maximum speed. Now I know standard, officially the Typhoon or the Eurofighter Typhoon standard is twice the speed of sound, Mach 2.0. Okay, now the Royal Air Force have tuned it to their requirements and tuned it down to Mach 1.8. Now you're probably thinking, why would they do that? Well, they've obviously tweaked it in a way to their operational requirements. The BVR, as I was saying, with the upgrade to the radome and the Leonardo's Mark II, can lock onto targets 160 kilometers away. That's fighter aircraft. Larger aircraft 300 kilometers away, and they can prioritize on 20 to 30 targets and lock on to and prioritize on 6. Now the Typhoon isn't naturally a stealth aircraft, but it does have some stealth attributes, ladies, gents and teddy bears. There's quite a few things on there that we can talk about, and some that are probably classified for good reason. But one of the things is the material that it's made from. It doesn't have much metal. In fact, the Typhoon, if I got this right, it's about, I'd like to say, about 25 centimeter cubed, I think. I may be wrong on that one. Squared, sorry, not cubed, squared, 25 centimeters squared. Actually, why am I saying that? I've got this written down, which is not a lot, really. Got the S-duct system for the intakes as well, which I can show you later on. They're any second now. Literally any second. Wow. Wow. Yeah, any second now. Literally. Oh, bless. Thank you. Right, here we go. So, I don't know why I'm guessing when I've got a whole list of radar cross sections, so apologies for the spelling of Hawkeye. I need another E. That's 100 meters squared. The F111, 7 meters squared. That's what radar cross section. This is what a radar sees it as, a 7 meter square object. I've even got myself on it. My radar cross section is 1 meter squared. Rafale 1 meter squared. So 0.7 meters, so just under a meter, 70 centimeters squared for a Typhoon. Pretty cool. And you got lots of other things. I've got another page of it, but I've gone and done it this way. A jumbo jet, a 747 is 100 meters squared as well. B-52, 100 meters squared. That kind of thing. So there you go. That gives you an idea of radar cross section. Which I need to get rid of that now because it's actually quite windy again. Good job getting my exercise today. So for those that are wondering what the RCS was all about, that's basically the radar cross-section. This is basically what is returned to a radar, all right? Without going into too much detail, okay, so my voice is acting like a radar frequency, a radio wave being sent out. Now, you're probably thinking, how is that a radar? Well, go in a cave or shout down a well or in a canyon and your voice is returned back through echoes, right? So that return, if you were to do some mathematics and some physics, you can kind of work out, because of the time it took for your voice to come back, your echoed sound, you can kind of work out how far that is or how deep the well is. If you start filling it up more with water, your voice will probably come back quicker. So what I'm saying is, if you replace now your voice with radio waves, what radar does, it sends out a signal, waits for it to come back. Now the radar cross section basically is what is returned back. So if it come back the size of a Typhoon, that's not very good. It tells radar that there's a plane there, all right? So what you want to do is to have all, isn't it? The F-35 about the size of a small bird or a tennis ball. So why would you want to go and attack a tennis ball, is what I'm saying. So that is what radar cross-section, just in basic terms, does, all right? I hope that made sense. More startups coming up. There will be departures very shortly. They are using runway 25. I hope that made sense. It was just a very, very basic way. So, like I said, you don't want it to return back the size of your aircraft, all right? That there are loads of examples that I've shown in previous streams of how that works, how that can be compromised in a way to bring back a less signal, how it's done. Is very, very clever, very clever. But of course it does help the smaller your aircraft, which is why a lot of stealth aircraft are not very big, for that good reason. They don't have many flat surfaces. They try to avoid that. There's also the radar absorbing material, the paint, the special paint, which has special iron which absorbs the frequency and turns it into, I can't remember what I think it burns it or something. It does something to the radio waves. Really, really clever. You need to avoid a 90-degree angle so that it doesn't bounce from your tail to your elevator, for example. The F-16 can sadly create that. You want to have your air intakes to the side or on top of your aircraft, so on top of your wings or to the side of your fuselage, not underneath. But if you do have them underneath, there are ways you can get around this. Oi, oi! Okay, here we go. Taxi in now. Here we go. Our first taxi. First Typhoons taxiing for departure. Strange light at the moment, actually. Sort of like hazy light today, but no worries. I'm sure the fumes will clear it up. More startups from the Typhoons, powered by the EJ200 engines, Rolls-Royce power. Here we go, we're about to get 13,500 pounds of thrust each on these engines, or 20,200 pounds of thrust with reheat if we get them on each of the engines on the Typhoon. Here we go. Here we go, Rakaba. So 2 out, 2 in. Here we go. 2 ready, 2 more, and there's more starting up as well. Bye. Thank you. Lovely sounds from those Rolls-Royce EJ200 engines. Oh yeah. Freezing up there. It's nice down there. I'm like, jacket off. Up there, it's just another world up there. It really is. Sure, it'll warm up. Yeah. So while those 2 taxi out, seek and destroy. That's markings of 41 Squadron during World War II. They had Echo Bravo as their squadron markings. Plenty of history here at Coningsby. Now, they didn't have any Spitfires or Hurricanes based here. It was all bombers all the way up until 1969 when they had Phantoms. That was their first fighter aircraft. Thanks for joining us, Joshua Brown, Dr. Mayhem Marshy, Dave Holloway, Debbie Solcombe, Davey, how you doing? Margot, how you doing? Jason Graves, how we all doing? Chris Watson, hope we're all good. Typhoon is a fly-by-wire, which means it is or it has, 4 main computers on this one to keep the unstable airframe, as it's known. Does all the hard work so the pilot can just concentrate on all things fighter jet, all things fighter pilot flying. As the computers do all the flying for them, in respect to all the controls, as in controlling the 4 planes. Oh, here we go. I think this is going out straight away. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. More departures. So, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We've had 2 depart already, and we're going to get another 2 plus 1 taxiing there as well. Like it's going to the ORP, that one on the right. To give way probably for this one. A little closer inspection. I think that one's going back. So this will taxi back while its fellow aircraft in its flight. We'll just wait at the ORP, Operational Readiness Platform. A bit like an EOR in some ways. It's a safe place to hold for whichever reason. In this instance, we'll wait for this to be rectified or a spare aircraft to be submitted and replaced. Okay, more Typhoons taxiing out. There's another one which will just appear on your screens in just a second, and another one actually. This is looking good. 29 Squadron, the operational conversion unit. Our various operational conversion units around the country for various aircraft. So 29 for the Typhoon, 207 for the F-35B, 42 for the Torpedo Bomber Squadron is another operational conversion unit for the P-8 Poseidon and the new E-7 Wedgetail. Also got 24 Squadron, operational conversion unit for the heavies at Bryce Norton for the C-17 and A400. And 28 Squadron at RAF Benson for the Chinook. Here we go. Oh, look at this. Its thrust to weight ratio. This is what I've been talking about. That's what I've been talking about. The thrust in ratio to the weight of the aircraft. Typhoon's empty weight at 24,000 pounds. Okay, you can't fly without any fuel, but you do have 20,200 pounds of thrust in each of your Typhoon engines, so that's what, 40,400 pounds. You've got 24,000 of empty weight. Put 10,000 pound of fuel, maybe a couple of, I don't know, a couple of pylons, you know what I mean? You're still going to be way under 40,000 pounds of your total thrust, which means with the Typhoon's thrust to weight ratio from brakes release to 8 seconds, this is way before the arrestor gear, the cable, sorry, the arrestor cable, or the arrestor gear. It's able to reach speeds of around, let's say, it depends on the pilot, 185 miles per hour, let's say. So from 8 seconds, once those brakes are released, it can go into a 50 degree, 60 degree climb. But the thing is, it can accelerate vertically. This is the thing, because it's not as heavy when it matches with its thrust. And then 22 seconds later, it is capable of going supersonic. So in 30 seconds from those brakes released, supersonic. That's amazing. This is all to do with thrust to weight ratio. See, the heavier you start loading this, and of course it's not going to be able to perform totally like that. lightweight aircraft. That's what it's all about. Very easy. It can also, you know, use its weapon system, supersonic as well. So that's what you call the one that went or vertically climbed. That's a performance takeoff, what it's called here at Coningsby. Phenomenal. So we do have another Typhoon taxiing out now. There's another one. I think this is the world's only four-seater Typhoon. ZK381. It is. Ted's been in this one a couple of times actually. Sneaky, there's already been another one just taxied out there. That's pretty cool. And another one. So 3 taxiing out plus the one at the ORP. Quite a good portion of Typhoons today. So we've got another minimum of 4. There could be a 5th one in a moment. So we've got 3 that are ready to go out. 1 that's sat at the ORP. Jane Clark, how you doing? Paul Mayers, how you doing? Margot, Righty72, what up? Hope we're all good. Thanks for joining us, ladies, gents and teddy bears. So we've had 1 performance takeoff, which is always a delight to see. Mark Garwood, how you doing? Hope you're good. Oi oi to you. Thanks everyone who's tuned in. Davey, how you doing? Great RAF ensign, by the way. Ah, yeah. Right, here we go. Believe it's a flight of 4. good start to the morning here at Coningsby, and I'm wondering if we're going to get spare out for that one at the ORP. I would imagine so, as it's waiting there. Let's have a look what we're going to get. Hopefully we'll get this, or if not, maybe the Typhoon sat at the ORP will go out on its own, depending on what exactly they were going to do. So for those asking about the ORP, Operational Readiness Platform, let me give you some examples. Okay, so this was, this aircraft was going to be a flight of 2. Now they're obviously going to do they're a flight of 2, which means they are together, all right? So if one of them should go tech, then the other one can wait here off the runway somewhere safe, because of course, if it waited here at the taxi holding point, then other aircraft can't take off because they're blocking the taxiway. So somewhere safe is here, a sort of a hardened special platform when they can wait. It could be the aircraft here that's got the fault, but obviously we kind of worked out that it's the other aircraft. Okay, so they this is another example I can throw in. Say for example this was going out on its own and it was waiting for a tanker and it was delayed. It could wait here. So say for example it was heading fine to the air-to-air refueling area, the tanker that it was waiting for. Say for example it had to turn back for whatever reason, maybe there was an issue with it and turned back, then it can hold here. And then they can hold here and do a number of things. They can either wait for the spare aircraft if it was going out in a flight of 2. It could make some calls to arrange a different sortie, because at the end of the day, if they were doing a particular sortie, so for example basic fighter maneuvers or aerial combat between the two together, then you can't really do that on your own. So maybe they can then therefore request a different flight plan to do something else. All right, hope that kind of makes a bit of sense. It's somewhere for the aircraft to hold, whether this had the issue or another aircraft had the issue relating to some form of its flight, whether it be a tanker that it was waiting for or another aircraft that it was waiting to go with. Okay, so that's the ORP, similar to the EOR in a sense that that's where aircraft can wait, a bit like end of runway. That stands for EOR at RAF Leadenheath, which they have 4 in total, 2 at each end of the runway, north and south of both ends. So we'll see what's going to happen.
Seen the 135.
What's that, sorry?
There's a 135 up there.
Oh, right, okay. So you've got the markings here of 41 Squadron. 41 Squadron XL1 Roman numerals, although I have seen somewhere 41 in standard numbering, but never mind. The Roman numeral use is actually doesn't have any sort of designated significance, shall I say. It's just a traditional way of doing it. But today 41 Squadron act as their role is a test and evaluation squadron. We do have another one for the F-35, the F-35B with number 17 Squadron, who were actually the squadron to bring the first Typhoons here and operate them, and that was in 2005, May the 19th, and it was 17 Squadron, who are now based at Edwards Air Force Base in America, and they act as a test and evaluation squadron with the F-35B, or for the F-35B. Now the cross that you can see there here is a red double-armed cross, and it's got the crown, and it's associated, or its association is with Saint-Omer in France, which was its first overseas base in 1916 during the First World War. The cross is actually part of the town's arms as well, and it was, of course, like all the heraldry, it's approved by the King, King George VI, and that was in February 1937. Their famous Echo Bravo markings on their Spitfires that they were operating during the Second World War. They saw and took part in Dunkirk and during the Battle of Britain as well. Their motto, seek and destroy. The squadron started off as number 41 Royal Flying Corps Squadron, originally formed at Fort Arowna in Gosport in April 1916. So quite a long history. So during their early stages of the First World War, they were flying aircraft such as the Vickers FB5, the Airco DH2 Scout, along with the Royal Aircraft Factory FE8. And finally it was deployed to France on the 15th of October 1916. They departed Gosport for the 225-mile flight with their FE8s and reach Saint-Omer, or Saint-Omer, I think that's how you pronounce it in French. But only 12 actually made it there. The others had technical issues and they went tech and landed elsewhere. During the time of First World War, they were a ground attack squadron. They took part in many battles with their FE8s, the Battle of Arras and Battle of Messines. The next aircraft after that was the DH5 fighters. and the SE-5A. Now, some of these I don't even know what they are, but of course they are biplanes. The squadron have been decorated with the Distinguished Service in the Battle of Cambrai in November 1917, along with the German Spring Offensive in 1918 in March, and the Battle of Amiens in August 1918. 41 Squadron claimed its final victory of the war 2 days prior to the cessation of hostilities. In the aftermath, the unit was reduced to a cadre of just 16 men on the 7th of February 1919. They did return back to the UK then, and ended up at Tangier, and then moved to Croydon. They had a number of, had around 17 aces that served with 41 Squadron during the First World War, such as William Gordon Claxton, Eric John Stevens, Frank Sodden, Roy W. Chappell, Malcolm MacLeod, Loudon McLean, Air Vice Marshal Meredith Thomas, who was a future Air Vice Marshal, and William Gillespie. Those are just some of the aces. Squadron's pilots and ground crews were awarded with 4 DSOs, 6 MCs, 9 DFCs, 2 MMs, and 4 mentions in dispatches. So they've had a substantial time already, and that was during World War I. Now, during World War II, the squadron flew south to Hornchurch to participate in the evacuation of Dunkirk. They also took part in the Battle of Britain. They were based at Catterick at one point as well. Now, just after the official end of Battle of Britain, which was considered to be the 31st of October 1940, 49 pilots flew with the squadron between 10th of July and 31st of October 1940. At a rate of 44% casualties. Of these, 42 were British, 2 Canadian, 2 Irish, and 2 New Zealanders. 10 were killed and 12 wounded in action. The squadron claimed over a 100 victory from July 1940 to the end of that year. In 1943, in February, the unit became the first of only 2 squadrons to receive the new Griffin engine Spitfire Mark 12. Having rested and re-equipped, training on their new aircraft, 41 Squadron, back in operations April 43, claimed their first definitive victory in over 10 months on the 17th of April. There's our startups with 41. It was also the first by RAF in the Mark 12 Spitfire, and that was done with 41 Squadron. '41 Squadron also took part in escorting bombers as well in June 1943, escorting targets in France, Belgium and Netherlands. It was a daily event, and ramrod escorts, as it was known, to formations between 50 and 150 B-17s and B-26 Marauders. They supported air support throughout D-Day and in the landings to support the ground and the army. Also, 41 Squadron were set on sites to destroy V-1 flying bombs as well. On the 28th of August 1944, 41 Squadron They claimed its last of 53 V1s destroyed. That's how good they were at trying to get these. Griffin powered were used because of the amount of speed that they can get to keep up with the V1 bombers. Lots of 41 Squadron's pilots were successful, of course. And if ammunition run out, they would use the wing to topple it over, because they've noticed that it had a gyroscope on there and it was able to be knocked out of control as it was pilotless. Got two more Typhoons taxiing out now to my right. The squadron were re-equipped with the Supermarine Spitfire Mark 14 in September 44. Participated in the Big Ben operations against V2 launch sites. Took part in Operation Market Garden at Arnhem. And lots of other operations. So they were very much involved during World War II. Now, we spoke about mascots. 41 Squadron had their own fair share of mascots, such as Wimpy, which was a bull terrier with the tip of one ear missing at Catterick in 1939-40, and also Perkin, the large black French poodle. And then after the war, it was a bit of a mix, as the 41 Squadron found themselves in more of a ground role, a missile role, with the Bristol Bloodhound surface-to-air missile. That was at RAF West Raynham between 65 and 1970. So a very, very different role there. And oh, here we go. Here we go. Looks like we've got 4 Typhoons down there. Don't forget, one is on the EOR. Typhoon at the ORP is about to proceed. Just an interesting story, just quickly before they take off, about 41 Squadron. It was on the 16th of January 1958, just before they disbanded 141 Squadron, who were currently based at RAF Coningsby. For those who don't know, it's near Norwich in Norfolk. They dropped the 1. So 141 became 41 at the beginning of its number, and it gave birth or gave a rebirth to 41 Squadron. So they automatically absorbed 141's all-weather Gloucester Javelins, which they added to their inventory of aircraft in their history. So 41 Standard originally was actually presented 6 months previously, but it was handed to 141 Squadron. They did eventually become did revert back officially after that status, but remaining at Coltishall for 6 months, the squadron moved to Wattisham, and in '58 were flying the Gloucester Javelins FAW4s, which replaced two FAW8s by January 1960. 56 Squadron also joined them at the station. And they did reform as officially 41 Squadron on the 1st of September 1965. And that was with the Bristol Bloodhound Mark II. So a very different role. Here we go, more Foons going out. So it's been pretty steady and quite busy really, isn't it, today? So I do like that story about with Coltishall dropping the 1 on 141 Squadron. Don't really know the technicalities of doing that, but there we go. Just listen to this. So 41 Squadron moved to RAF Coningsby on the 1st of April 1972 as well, and it was reborn as a tactical fighter, reconnaissance and ground attack unit with 38 Group Air Support Command, flying Phantoms, eventually Jaguars, and of course Tornadoes as well, and a Harrier. Even had the Harriers here with 41 Squadron. Getting emotional. Hi, how you going? Yeah, I'll come down if you want. Yeah, they're not back yet. Yeah, we're good for a few minutes. Just here. Is that right? Yeah. How you doing? All right?
Yeah, not bad.
Good.
Test number 100.
Oh.
That's fine.
Oh, bless. Here we go. Where we going? Just here?
Yeah.
You come all the way from Scotland?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
We actually used to live in
Did you? Oh, wow. Okay.
We do a flying GR4.
Oh, nice. Wow. Okay, here we go. Who's this? Daisy. Right, here we go.
I'm taking liberties.
Yeah, sure.
Magic.
No worries. No worries at all. No worries. Are you alright there?
Do you think I could ask the same favour?
Yeah, sure, absolutely, mate. No
My
problem.
lad was saying, go over and talk to him.
Yeah, no problem. It's fine.
I saw you at Cosford.
Oh, right. Oh, that was
yeah.
good. I
Yeah.
enjoyed that. That was good.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Would you guys be so good as no problem at all?
No worries.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you
no
so much.
worries.
Thank
no
you,
problem
mate.
at all.
Brilliant.
No
I love your
problem.
work, mate.
Thank you.
It's brilliant.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy. It's
Yeah,
been,
will
it's been
do.
quite busy actually. It's been quite
Brilliant,
good.
isn't it? Yeah.
Well, it's nice down here, and I get up there. It's so windy. I have to put this on.
Yeah.
It's a
This
different
is a great
matter.
setup, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's enjoyable. It's all good.
Brilliant.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, thank you.
It's my first time here. Like,
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
It's been quite good today, actually. Yeah, it's been
Well,
steady.
I live in Herefordshire, like, so I'm
Oh, right.
4 hours away.
Wow.
So I've come up
Well, yeah, it is 4 hours,
couple of
isn't it?
days, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Across to
sort
the
of
west,
across.
literally right
You
across.
got it. Yeah. Are you? Yeah. Oh, you come from up that way, yeah.
It's like the Carlisle sort of direction, is it?
Yeah, just above Carlisle.
Above. Alright, so Dumfries, is it?
Yeah, Dumfries.
Yes. Yeah, okay. We're getting there. Yeah, okay. Wow.
Yeah. Brilliant, yeah. That's made my day, mate. Thank you.
That's fine, no problem at all. I'm glad that's what it's all about, making your day. No problem.
Love the information.
Thank you. Yeah, my little classic drawings. I like good old drawings, you know.
Yeah, I've been watching you on here, actually.
Yeah, I like
Stood
it.
behind you and watching you on here.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you for the support.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
very
you.
much.
You're welcome. Yeah, it's you may have just heard, it's absolutely windy up. Actually, it's actually saying that it's calmed down a bit. Actually, I might get away and yeah, I might. Oh, yeah, it's not too bad now. I might take the jacket off. Ted, calm down, mate. Ted's quite excited. It's just sometimes Ted gets a little bit excited. Bless him. He loves it. He loves it. Mind you, he is back home. And of course, speaking of home, big shout out to number 17 Coningsby Air Cadets as well. Thank you, Corey. Thank you to the OC. So I just had to sort Ted's flag out. And Adam Cole, Guards March, thank you very much. High five, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thank you so much for joining us. Alistair Goodwin, high five, Paul Pump, and a Guards March for the 5 Ted Coningsby memberships there and out. Thank you very much. And also, Alistair Goodwin, so high five, Paul Pump, and a salute and a fly past for gifting 20 Ted Coningsby memberships. That's amazing. Honestly, thank you. That's so, you know, it's so kind when, you know, when you don't, you know, when you gift the membership, because it's not only giving, but you're giving times whatever the amount, you know, you're sharing the membership around, and I think that's so nice. Thank you very much for that. Margot, thank you very much as well for the super chat for Ted's Air Show Fund, Guards March. I hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to Ted's home, RAF Coningsby. Hi, you alright? Good. So for those that know Ted and the channel very well, Ted now and again needs to have a special team to recover his beret. We got these that are new, they're out now on our website. Visit tedconingsby.co.uk. Our new patches, look, our beret recovery team patch. How good are these? Available to order, tedconingsby.co.uk. Now, that was good timing, wasn't it? They do come with Velcro. Like that. Lovely. So you can stitch that on, do your worst ever stitching, and then you can hide it by putting that on, or it'll just stick to. So that's 10 centimeters by 10 and 10, right? These we've also done them in a key ring as well. 7 by 7 by 7 centimeters as well. Those are available on our site. And of course the new key ring, got these as well. So new merch, come and get them. Smells good, that. Oh, hello, you alright?
Yeah.
How's it going? You okay?
Yes, I've been watching you every day.
Oh, good, good. Nice.
So what's happening over there? It's not very busy, is it?
It's been quite good today. It's been
Have
quite...
some of them gone to...
Oh, there's been quite a few takeoffs. It's been quite a
I've seen
few.
them. 8, 9 or so.
Yeah, it was quite a bit with the one performance takeoff as well. So yeah, pretty good. No idea. Don't get involved with that.
You don't know. Doesn't seem to be... you know, they come quite a lot and...
Yeah, they're all going. They're all out training. Then they'll be back in a bit.
yeah.
About an hour.
Oh, about an hour. Yeah.
Yeah.
The guys at the kiosk said they ain't gone yet.
Oh, haven't they gone yet?
No, they're getting ready, but they haven't gone yet.
Oh.
But there's been loads.
Well, we've been before and there's been loads of them.
Yeah, it's been a good day. It's been good.
It's not been
Last time we came,
quiet.
there was loads of them, wasn't there?
God, yeah.
Oh, there was a lot that day.
We came to night flying, didn't we?
Oh, come for night flying as
Yeah.
well, yeah.
It's just a shame they're not taking off this way.
Yeah, is it the wind that they...
Yeah, it's the wind. They'll take off into the wind.
That's
not-
right, yeah, they do. I wish the wind would change, I do, honestly.
Well, we've had quite a good. I mean, it went for a couple of weeks of the wind blowing from the east. But
Yeah.
with that, it's so cold.
Weeks now,
Yeah, but
Yeah,
like
they
I said,
have.
there's a few more takeoffs now.
Oh, right.
There's even more, so enjoy.
Oh, so
All right.
Yeah.
No worries.
Where are you going tomorrow?
Lakenheath.
Lakenheath, yeah.
We haven't been yet,
We
have
haven't
we?
been yet, but we're going.
We are.
Yeah.
Well, enjoy.
We are
It's
going.
good fun.
Yeah.
All right. No problem. You too. So we got we've got 2 more departures coming up. So it looks like we've got arrivals as well coming up, and they usually take the route, if they are on long finals, between sort of Spilsby heading for East Kirkby as they turn. Aspen, what up? How you doing? Alan Burden, Guna72, Stephen Billings, Ross Howarth, Mayor Marshy, Righty72, Point Charlie Crew, how you doing? Argan, how you doing as well? Mark Moody, how you doing? Hope you're good and well. It is Foon Town, absolutely. So Foon's running in now. Yes. Here we go. It's really bad light. catch that glimpse of that crow again. What is it with that crow? It loves the screen. I mean, I didn't think bird strikes occurred to me as well, so first arrivals of the day. Oh, and departure. Good on this one. Okay, I missed the landing, didn't I? So you may see some aerodynamic braking. Here we go. Look at this. Which appears to be like a wheelie, but there is a reason for doing this wheelie sort of look. It's called aero braking. Actually turning the undercarriage into creating drag, almost turning it to a massive speed brake. The 4 planes you'll see in the downward position as well, causing drag, slowing down the aircraft. The purpose of it is to take the pressure off the braking systems and the front nose gear. Just a more natural, shall we say, a more aerodynamic way of braking and landing. approach. Shot there. Lovely classic Typhoon sound, isn't it? Another approach. Touch and go, look at this. Yep. to get the circuits. We've had a good portion of departures today here at Coningsby. Hope you're all enjoying the aviation fix that you all love in the military world. We are privileged to be able to have the joys of being able to do it. I'm just going to grab a quick cup of tea if I can. Let's have a look. Still got Cobra 3-1 just turning round. Don't know.
Oh,
No idea. Nah,
you
just.
told me all about it yesterday.
Oh no, I'm just here, just doing the regular show.
Oh, I thought
No. Well, I hope so, but you never know.
when I was here, so we've been on holiday a week. I was here yesterday for 2 hours and we're going home now and I was like, well, I'll just call in on the way.
Why not? Why not? It's been pretty good today. Yeah, it's been very good.
Yeah.
Should...
Got to go home, but never mind. We're rebooked for September, so we're back.
Oh, enjoy it. Yeah, that's good there as well. Yeah, cool, like and subscribe. Okay, so we got, here we go. Got one that's just coming back in from that low approach. Just above the tower. That's that wheelie, look, all that drag under that undercarriage, from the undercarriage being pushed down and just taking the stresses of the braking systems in the front nose gear. I don't know if you've ever done it as a kid, but have you ever got, you know, on a windy day, you've turned your jacket into like a parachute? Have you ever done that? I've done it when I was a kid. And the wind really holds you back. So it's kind of like the same sort of thing. What you're feeling there is a drag. Aviation, aero braking or aerodynamic braking. Oh, nice one, thank you.
I didn't realise.
That's all right. That's all good. Right, it's a cup of tea time. Thanks, man. Thank you. Helps. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go and grab a quick cuppa, I think, while we can. See you in a bit. And then I'll talk history, and then we'll get more aircraft. You know how it is.
YouTube loses things, doesn't it, the algorithm? Yeah, mate. What's the lake of it tomorrow?
You're just F-35s and F-15?
F-35s are they?
Yeah, that's where they're based, yeah.
How long does it take to get there from here?
From here, an hour 50.
No, other places you go all over.
Everywhere, yeah. It's good fun, love it.
Is that the job?
It is. Love it.
The question is, we've still got loads of people that come over to
Don't have one. I like to mix it up. That's why I don't do that. Don't know what to expect.
Have we missed it at all, or there's still plenty to see, or what?
There's still plenty.
Is there?
Yeah, we'll go on.
Is it going for dinner, or what do you...
There's still some out.
That vertical takeoff, was that the display part?
No, no.
Apparently he goes up on Tuesday.
It has been. It's a bit different now that he's passed his PDA.
What do you mean by past?
You've got to pass your PDA, which is a basically like insurance to be able to select. Okay, so it was done twice a week because there's a criteria that you need to get. And on the day that he audited for you, he passed it, so he now needs to make sure he doesn't go more than 10 days without not doing any form of some kind of display, whether it be at an air show or a practice. Don't forget, military is not so saying Tuesday and Thursday, how will you go with that when it comes to military? It's just, you know, you come in on a Monday, it's really busy, you come again on a Monday, it's really busy, and the next Monday, it's never the same day. They can all do a performance takeoff.
Well, they can't do it. They don't do. I'm ex-military myself. Like,
Oh, okay.
you know,
The randomness and military, yeah. Oh.
yeah.
Yeah.
You never know what you're doing.
Yeah, exactly.
Is there many of the planes gone out to Cyprus and ready?
Can't tell you.
Yeah, we're not going to tell you.
Can't tell you. That's not for us.
Because I mean, there's a long. Right, I'll go and tell them. You're not wasting your time.
Just I'd stay all day. You know, you never know what you're going to get. All right.
Cheers for that. See you.
No problem, sir. Tea was good though. Tea was good.
He's an engineer on the helicopters in Wales.
Oh right. Oh yeah, that's nice there.
Yeah, he's down there.
I'll back in just a few minutes. I'll be right back.
Right, no problem, mate.
doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. That was a lovely cup of tea. Hiya. Hello, you alright? Yes. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, it's great, isn't it? It's really windy up here, you'd be surprised. I am a little bit warm, but I'm going to take it off in a second. And then down here it's lovely. And then up here, it's like blizzards. Yeah, there is that, but no, it's starting to calm down the wind now, so I'll take it off in a second. Yeah, I would. Yeah. No, you carry on, it's all good. Yeah, it's starting to get a bit warm now, so that's good. It got really cold in the morning. It was really windy up here. It's not so bad now, it's like a warm wind now. Yeah. Had a really weird sky, didn't it? No, you're right, it's all good. Mark Stubbs, how you doing? Congratulations on your 12-month membership. Now, where has this year gone? Thanks to Ted, Nikos and Spanner crew for this amazing channel. Thank you very much, and regards march to you, man. Thank you. And Argan as well, celebrating 28 months. Thank you very much for your little checklist there. Helen Scott celebrating 16 months. Best aviation channel ever. Thank you for all you do. Thank you very much. Ali Leyland as well, celebrating 14 months. Nice to this milestone while being 36,000 feet in the air. LOL. Lots of love, TCS family, Nikos, Ted. And thank God for Wi-Fi. I love that. Nice one, thank you very much. So Ted, what we got here, mate? Show us what we got. Right, let's have a little look what we got here then. So, let's have a look. So is that the, so Ted's just showing us the very first aircraft that was operating here at Coningsby, the Handley Page Hampden. I know, right? Pretty cool, isn't it? Look at it, little twin engine bomber. One of the last sort of, you know, a few of its kind before the Air Ministry set out a specification for something with more power, a 4-engine bomber. And Ted, you're right there, mate, yeah? Okay, mate. And I'll tell you what I have been learning, which is pretty cool. I've been learning a bit, you know, it's not something that we talk about. Let me just show you this in its glory here. There we go. If I move it over here to get the correct light. But I've been looking at the short Sunderland of all aircraft, and actually, just coming to think of it, I was reading about N for Nuts, that one, for those that know that particular short Sunderland, and it occurred to me that, okay, it's not going to be a match for JU-88s or anything like that. However, because it was a flying boat, it was able to get really low, where the JU-88s couldn't really dive at it and get it, because obviously they'd be worried with their speeds, they'd go straight into the sea. And it fought off 6 of these JU-88s. That said, potentially another 2 joined in, and they just couldn't get it. And it did have an aerial victory, the short Sunderland. It was I'm going to see if I can get you one on the show, but that was really an amazing story. And I've been having a little bit more read about it, and it was quite interesting to see, and of course, and how the Short brothers developed that into the short Stirling bomber, which wasn't operating here at Coningsby, but this was our first, the short Stirling bomber, for those that don't know. Sorry, the Handley Page Hampden bomber, sorry, for those that don't know. But yeah, it was really interesting to read that about the Sunderland. I looked at it and didn't really take much note of it. I was like, God, that is a beast. It was a beast as well, but I won't confuse you with what's on the screen right now. So this is our Handley Page Hampden bomber, and Handley Page was a bit of a legend, really, looking at his history. You know, someone that was very talented. He was always top of his class, and he was a Handley Page, set up Handley Page Limited, which was a British aerospace manufacturer. It was founded by Frederick Handley Page in 1909. He was influenced and sort of inspired by the Wright brothers, and thought, hang on a minute, I'm going to see if I can do something myself. So he founded this company on the 17th of June 1909. And Frederick experimented with several biplanes himself, and eventually monoplanes, and it was at his premises at Woolwich, Banbridge and Barking Creek, and where he founded his company. So it's quite amazing how he established, you know, from the aircraft from World War I as well, developing heavy bombers, and just, it was fascinating to have a quick read about him and being top of the class. But anyway, eventually, of course, we got to the development of the Handley Page Hampden. Now, the Air Ministry specification for this was B9, for those that would like to know this now, because I'm starting to learn about the Air Ministry specifications. B932. So that 32 tells you that was put in place in 1932, and the letter B was a heavy bomber. Of course, this was our heavy bombers of that time. All right, so okay, it's not really a heavy bomber now, but of course there were other letters eventually and other specifications and designations, but B was actually for heavy bomber, and P was for a medium bomber. But if, like I said, of course this was what we had, but they didn't realize that, hang on a minute, we need something a bit more, we're going to need a bigger boat, of course. So Handley Page developed the Hampden bomber. There was a variant with different engines. It was the Napier engines, which was called the Handley Page Hereford for that one. But this came with number 106 Squadron, and they were the first residents at RAF Coningsby in February 1941. The base was open in 1940, November 1940, just short But then again, if you put it out into perspective, all airfields after December 1940 that were going to be built were to be built with hardened runways. But Coningsby had a grass runway. But this was the first, like I said, a crew of 4 in this Handley Page bomber. Mark 1 had the 1,000 horsepower 2 Bristol Pegasus engines, the Pegasus Mark 18. They were 9-cylinder air-cooled radial piston engines. If you've ever had a look at radial engines, they're really clever how they would work with the 9 cylinders on there. If you imagine a piston of a car just going up and down, okay, so we've got 9 cylinders on each explosion would push down almost like a clockwork. Have a look at videos on radial engines, how the pistons would go in one by one, almost like clockwork. It's really fascinating. And good thing about air-cooled piston engines like that, air-cooled, they were able to lose cylinders and take battle damage because they didn't have pipes to control the temperatures of the engine. So it was quite, you know, these were quite good. Wingspan at 69 feet 2 inches, that's 21 meters, and height of 14 feet 11, so that's 4.5 meters or so. Performance was 247 miles per hour, which wasn't bad really. Payload was at its requirement of 4,000 pounds of bombs. It could take one 18-inch torpedo or mines with that. It was armed as well with a fixed forward firing gun, which mine's missing at the minute, I think, and had 3 to 5 Vickers K machine guns as well, which were mounted on the nose and one on each. Have I got any? Yeah, I've got them here on the dorsal there. And you've also got the ventral, more guns there, so you get about 5 guns on this, maybe 6. Cruise speed at 206, a range of 1,720 miles. Service ceiling at 19,000 feet. It wasn't too bad. It served, you know, did its thing. But sadly for 106 Squadron, they ended up having the reputation of becoming the worst. As in losses, they suffered the most. They had the percentage loss rate higher than any other Hampden squadron, unfortunately. But there we go, the Handley Page Hampden bomber, the very first to operate here at Coningsby, nicknamed the Flying Suitcase or the Flying Tadpole, for those that don't know. And it was nicknamed that because the fuselage was just a mere 3 feet. That's 1 meter for those that do that. That is very, very narrow. You can really see it here on this, but wow, amazing. 106 Squadron, of course, based here and eventually went to Silverstone very briefly, and do have a connection with RAF Metheringham, not too far away from there, which is where I'm planning to go this Saturday. I'm off to do a lost airfield there. Oi, oi! I'm off to do a lost airfield for you, which will eventually be released for those that love our lost airfield episodes. So I'm going to just finish that off. A few bits and pieces that I'd like to get for you. 106 Squadron, when they moved to Metheringham while Coningsby was closed, while it had its runways upgraded to the hardened runways and in a Class A configuration, they were there with the Avro Lancaster. So look out for that. I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to just finishing that off. There's a couple, I think I've got 2 that need fixing up, that need completing, 2 pending. One RAF Tempsford, which I just need a particular aircraft to finish that off, and then RAF Metheringham, which I cannot wait to get you. Yeah, pretty cool. How you doing? So yeah, 106 Squadron there with their Handley Page Hampden Lady Shenton Teddy Bears, and Coningsby has some wonderful, wonderful stories to tell as well, which we'll see if we can get in today. We'll see how today's fun and antics, because you just never know. Did he?
Seems to be a lot more than yesterday, let's put it that way. I thought they'd all gone out yesterday, but then today there's just more and more appearing.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got our next arrivals coming up. Okay, here we go. Just about to see the landing gear flickering in through the turbulence. What's that they call that? Scintillation? I know they call that in with stars and planets. Would that apply? It's not an astronomical word, is it? Scintillation. That's what makes where the light is travelling through all that wind and turbulence, it creates a flickering light. So it's why stars twinkle, and of course if it doesn't twinkle then it's a planet. There you go. So you can spot Venus and Jupiter and Mars. They don't flicker, and that's all to do with the size versus distance compared with a star. It's so far away than a planet that we've got in our solar system. Why am I even talking astronomy right now? I have no idea. But that's what it reminded me of. The light travelling to our eyes, for example, it flickers. Scintillation. I'm going to go with that final answer. Who wants to be a Tedlionaire? Up you go, touch and go, here we go. Yeah, sorry. I just, when I was a kid, I just read random books and I used to just pick up and soak up information. Triple Nick, how you doing? Hope you're good, man. Hope you're well. Thank you for that. I just realised this morning that we managed to roll over to 79.1, no, 97.1k. Wow. So we've got another Typhoon just coming in as well. Nick Ward, very talented scale model. Builder, that sounds nice. Sounds like a ground run from the core. Sounds, would that be a, sounds like a Griffin engine, that, doesn't it? Well, certainly coming from one of the BBMF aircraft anyway. Nice. I don't know if you managed to hear that. It did sound like it, didn't it, just then? What's this? Get them braking that late, but whoa. Yeah, okay, so it's just a optical illusion, but I still don't like the look of it. But there we go. Don't panic, it wasn't that close, but optical illusion, but still freaks me out. That but they know what they're doing, they've got that all under control. It's what you call trust and management from air traffic control. Go around for sure. Yeah, be a go around till they get back into the circuit. caught that. Yeah, looked like a pairs low approach, short touch and go. It's got a low one just landed, one low approach and one go around. It's getting busier than Heathrow at the moment. Typhoons everywhere. There's one there, there's one coming in now. Nice shot, love that. Another go around, or is that go around or initial? Let's have a look. Initial. A little bit harder to get, but there we go. clear now that it's bugs everywhere, insects galore. From wasp evading to spiders everywhere and all over you. You just got to just hang in there and not try to move the camera to go and itch. What's, you know, when you get like a small bug on your cheek or your eye, or your, you know, if you're filming you can't really move, so you just got to just take it.
I feel like I'm being followed.
Mike A, how you doing? Richard G, Alistair Goodwin, Alan Q, Margot, Alex Blackcat, Stuart Skeggs, how's it going? Alex Raver, Davey Righty 72, how's it going? Christopher Carr, who else we got here? Stuart Skeggs, how's it going, man? Hope you're good. Christopher Carr, Alex Raver, Stephen Billings, Edward Coates, all the regulars, how you doing? Thank you for tuning in. 555 Triple Nick, how's it going as well? Couple more foons to come back. The Chaos flight just about to go right across the wash. Thank you very much for everyone asking. I'm all good. Thank you very much. Perry, Matman Bush, how you doing? Perez, Matman Bush, hope you're all good and well. Hi. Hello, how's it going? All right?
Oh, yeah. Can I just show you something quick?
Sure. What you got?
I'm as Coningsby daft as you are.
Okay.
I've been coming since 1963.
Oh, wow.
Isn't it? That's the four buildings that used to sit at the end of the runway on the platform down
Oh,
there
wow.
in 1963.
Yep. That's the ones, B2s, right?
Yeah, they were B2s. That was.
I'm not too bad. I'm getting there.
Oh, you know what a B2 is. Yeah. And this is one I'm just on with now. This is on a picture of the broken bonnets. And this is going to be Coningsby as well.
Oh, wow.
It's 35 squadron. Keep a hold of that.
Okay.
Because I've got loads of broken. I used to work a squadron print at one time.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. So keep a hold of that.
So these your pictures?
Yes, they're all mine.
Do you sell them?
Well, I've just started to put them on a website.
I would like to buy one.
Well, listen, you want put some in the caravan at 4 o'clock.
Okay.
You here tomorrow?
No,
What
not
day
here
is it?
tomorrow. Be next week now, but I'm going out today. Okay. Well, I'd
I've
like
got
to...
that one as well.
Oh, I do like that one. That's the one I got my eye on.
That's up in the woods.
How big is it?
It's only got this big.
Okay.
It's not massive.
Is it oil?
It's a Prince. He's a Prince.
Prince.
Right, I've still got the originals, but he's a Prince. That's
Do you
a
ever sell the
chipmunk.
originals or?
I do. Well, I'm ready. Yeah. That's Coningsby.
Yeah.
I saw a Vulcan landing when I was on the chipmunk.
All right. Well, I'll have a look at
Have a
your.
look, mate.
I am. I'm going to put this in my.
Things are starting to get a little bit interesting.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
I'll be in touch.
I'll try and get back.
Okay, buddy. Nice one. Good work. Cool. Okay, not long now, we should be getting a glimpse of Chaos Flight. Let the beat control your body. Let the beat control your body. Yeah. You alright, buddy? How you doing? Alright?
Yeah, good. Just want some information.
Oh, information.
It looks like you could be the man.
Okay, how can I help?
Can you tell what's the procedure this afternoon? What's going to happen with flight movements?
Oh, I've no idea.
Oh, you bullshit, you mean?
No? No?
No. There'll be more, be more flights like we've had just a minute ago.
I have no idea.
Okay.
It's I don't know. It's
Just
nothing's
hit
public. You just
see
got
what
to
happens
turn
and
up.
film it when it happens, eh?
Yeah. That's the way it is.
You got a nice rig for it.
Thank you.
I like your decals on the truck too.
Thanks very
Look
much.
good. All right,
Yeah,
I'll
no,
let-
you just got to just do a whole day and chill out and see what happens.
See what happens, eh?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
All right.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too, mate. Right, here we go. Here's Chaos Flight, flight of 2. So our last 2, I think it is. Yeah, it should be 2. Chaos Flight. There we go. Don't forget, when aircraft are really, really close together like this, you'll only see one on your flight trackers. There could even be 3. That's why when they do air-to-air refueling, sometimes you'll just see the one just disappear. Oh, hello. seen out of Lossie with this one. Right, I am going to have a quick bite to eat, I think. Time to get some scran. Worst place to have a cut, right in between my eye. Oh, how dare you. And on that note, I think it's time for me to go and grab a bite to eat, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're all good. Right, let's do a quick little catch up. How are we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Goodness me. That way, yeah, that's the one. Goodness me, that was quite a good one, wasn't it? Nice little wave one. That's all of them back, I think. I will just be ready on standby just in case things happen. And I hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. And well, what a day. Pretty good, nice day. It's got warmer now, the jacket's off. Yes, I was wearing my jacket because of the it was quite windy up here, mind you, it always is. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed that, wave one, and well, we'll see what happens next.
Just that else.
New theme song, by the way. That wasn't a real typhoon that took off. Yeah, so that wasn't a typhoon taking off. That was just our theme song there in the background. And oh yeah. What I'll do, I'll leave it over here, right? Just in case. I was enjoying that sandwich. I was having a we call it. Basically, Claire and I have got this thing called a 1 minute sandwich. It's quite funny, right? Literally, it takes 60 seconds to make, right? You just basically grab whatever you got in the fridge and stick it on. Normally, it involves that Primula cheese, some Billy Bear, some bit of herb, and some grated cheese. Just bung it on. Yep, you're done. 60 seconds, jobs are good. But usually it entails whatever you got in the fridge just really quickly. Jobs are good. And you know what? You can't get tired of it because there's always random things in your fridge from when you open it 10 minutes ago, because we always look it in. Why do humans do that? I have no idea. We go in the fridge, we open it up, we see something, we start eating it, we close it, open it again, then there's always something in there you didn't see again. Probably stuff that's probably been there for 10 years, but never mind. There we go. Oh, there we go. Right, anything else? for a drink.
That will catch you by surprise.
It happens sometimes. Didn't expect them to go out. Supposed to get food round here.
What's that? Yeah.
Doesn't happen too often on the channel anyway. try again. Try again. Okay, cool, nice one, thank you.
I heard that.
Thanks, man. It will be, hopefully. Oh God, already? Well, I have no idea where that one came from because I couldn't even see it. But just catch the end of that.
That was cool, wasn't it?
Very good.
That's it now. We've had the finale, we can go home now.
That was a very interesting lunchtime. One performance takeoff, 2 ship into the break, and a departure. Well, consider that one fully sent. That one was very good.
See you at Lanky, See you later, mate.
Yeah, take care. Good to see you. Take care. Bye now. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? My name's Nikos, cameraman, historian and commentator, and we are joined with our squadron leader Ted Coningsby. Brent Mosley, hello, how you doing? Watching from 15 Wing. Alex Blackcat, Brian Smith, hope you're all good. Dare I get a cup of tea, but can't hear any others spooling in the distance there. That was a funny 5 minutes, that one. Yeah, sure, how you doing? All right.
How long is it likely to be before a plane takes off? Have you got any idea?
Oh, I don't.
Oh, okay.
But
right.
I don't. I mean, I missed one anyway myself. I was eating my sandwich, so it could happen any time.
Right.
But
So you go off fairly frequently?
yeah. Well, those have got to come back at some point. So within an hour, you're bound to see one come back.
Right.
And I would imagine I would imagine some of these will go out. But again, you should. I mean, just that this is a completely loose guess, but you should see a takeoff by 3 o'clock.
Right. Oh, well, if you can't be here by then.
Okay.
But that's for a choice.
No worries. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Right, so I've just been, for those that know, I do love my history, and I've came across this book which was given to me by a very good friend, Dave. Thank you very much for that. It's got just the most incredible stories, and one of the stories that I came across here, it's almost related to Coningsby as such, in the well, Metheringham and 106 Squadron. So we've got Sergeant Norman Jackson here, and who was with RAF Metheringham's 106 Squadron, which were here at one point. And while at RAF Metheringham, which isn't far from here, it's this remarkable story of a mission going into Schweinfurt in Germany on a bombing mission with the Lancasters with 106 Squadron, and it was on the 26th of April 1944. A Lancaster's wing, his Lancaster's wing, was on fire, and it was set ablaze by an enemy fighter at 20,000 feet. Now, you're not going to believe this, but Sergeant Jackson, though he got wounded with the fire, climbed from the enemy fighter, wounded, actually, right, are you ready for this? You've heard of wing walkers. Climbed out of the Lancaster, which was travelling at 200 miles per hour. At that great height, he attempted to put out the fire. I remember coming across this story before, but I didn't realise it was in here. And I remember they did tie him. He was tied, I believe, of course, at that speed, but his parachute became partly inflated, and that got caught alight, and Sergeant Jackson lost his hold and fell, but miraculously landed alive. But he was badly burned, and he was an almost incredible feat. It's 106 Squadron, who he may have been here at Coningsby. I don't know the records, but he was with 106 Squadron. But what an I mean, some of these stories in here are just there's something else. So I'll give you, now and again, I'll try to find any stories related to where we are, all right? Whether, take care, man, whether directly here or with a squadron that was here, you know, some sort of connection, which would be quite nice to bring it alive. Yes, I'm looking into more about that, and he gripped the air intake on the leading edge of the wing with one hand and fought the fire with the other. But the flames seared his hands, face and clothes, and the fighter returned and hit the bomber with a burst of gunfire that sent 2 bullets into his leg. The burst also swept him off the wing. So this is just incredible, just to even read into more depth. I mean, I'm only going with what was in that book, but there is a full story with this. I believe it's a really popular channel on YouTube. I think it was Yarn Hub that I've actually got animation of this. I'm pretty sure that's where I first came across it. There's some wonderful, like hero, like just bravery. Just don't. Not, it's out of this world, loosely said, but wow, you know, literally to have that, what I mean by loosely said, it's like, I don't think it does it justice to even say that. It's just on another level to have that sheer bravery. we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope we're all good. Hope you're enjoying this finest of days. Typhoons go out after the first wave, so it's going to be one of those staggered. Good, all good. So we're back at Lakenheath tomorrow, and then I've got a bit of a last minute decision to do Thursday and Friday. So keep a lookout for that. Keep notification bell button on, you know it is.
Oh, they bought me a lead shirt. Retro one. Yeah, retro one from the 90s. It's the one I used to have. It's the one I had.
Just having a quick cup of tea. I thought I'll have my cup of tea up here because probably going to miss loads of stuff, right?
We couldn't think of how to get this.
That was a funny 5 minutes, that one, wasn't it? Here we go. Listen to that whistling. Start up of the Rolls-Royce EJ200 engines. Jack, how you doing? Oi oi to you. Just drove past Ted Coningsby. Good times. Paul M. Hennings, how you doing as well? Oi oi to you. Trent M. Mayhem Marshy, Margot Davey, Jack, oi oi to you. Mark Dudley, how's it all going? Hope you're all well and get ready for our next wave of departures. Here we go. Rob Kennard, oi oi to you, and thanks for that. I'll be sure to get Ted to give you a guards march. Thank you very much. Margot, how you doing? Hope you're good. How's all our regular members? How are we all doing? Members, thank you for the support. Oi oi! And of course, at the end of the show, we'll show you what it's like and what you're missing out on to become on the Ted Coningsby membership. Lots of you get lots of perks, and you know, you get to support the channel. You really do, and thank you for all our members who keep the channel going through their wonderful, wonderful support. Kevin, Paul, Rob, how you all doing? Mark, hope you're all well. Right, is it emoji time? Yep, why not? Emoji it up then. So, ladies, gents, teddy bears, let's put things into chronological order as far as aircraft, see if I've learned anything. Here we go. So, here we go. I'm going to try and remember this. So, February 1941, it was the Handley Page Hampden. Then from April 1941, we also had the Avro Manchester. Oh, yeah. And then with the help of a satellite station at RAF Woodhall Spa, which was Coningsby's satellite station to operate the latest and greatest, which was indeed the Avro Lancaster from 1943. In that time, we also had the Avro Anson and the Airspeed Oxford that was operating here with 1418 beam approach training unit as well. And in 1945 we started to have the Havilland Mosquitoes. There was also a Lincoln followed, and then in the 50s we had the Boeing Washington. I hope I haven't missed anything. Boeing Washington. And then in 1953 English Electric Canberra. Then in 1962 Avro Vulcan until 64. Have I missed one? And then in 1969 the Phantoms. Getting there 69. And then right, oh, I'll tell you what, can I technically throw in 1976, right? Spitfires, Hurricanes. Yep, I can. De Havilland Chipmunks, Dakota. Oh no, that came in the 90s. And Hurricanes, Spitfires, yep, in 76, because the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight were operating here, and they have been and still are. And then we've also got Jaguar, Harrier, Tornado F3, GR4s, and then in 2005 Typhoon. I think I've got that correct. Final answer, let's go. I love doing this, you know, because it really tries to, you know, because I'm getting older, I'm getting on, but I've only just learnt some of this, so, well, I say that, I've been doing it quite a bit, but this is quite a new subject. So 4 years ago, couldn't be able to tell you any of that, didn't even know what Hampden was, didn't know of its existence, didn't know what a Avro Manchester was. We all do now. Oh, nice one, Perry, yes. The Devon, oh absolutely, yes, they did. Thanks for that. Yes, it'll be their 50th anniversary next year. Correct. So 1970, well, at Coningsby, that is. That'll be their 50th year here, yeah. Amazing, isn't it? And already the legendary B-17 Sally B is on her 50th year. Oh, here we go. Rack 'em up. Here we go. So 3 more departures coming up. Love it, love it, love it. Getting lots of waves from the base, love it. Oh, I'm okay, thank you. I'm very kind of you. I'm okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. So the Eurofighter Typhoon, as mentioned before earlier in the stream, I'll show it again just in case you've missed it. Made in 4 different countries. Those that want to catch up on that, let's have a look at my my little diagram there now. Let's have a look. Can you see that all right there? So we've got BAE Systems. We've got Britain. The whole front section from cockpit, radome, 4 planes, and is that okay like that? Can you see that? The mid section of the fuselage made by Airbus Germany, left wing Italy from Leonardo, right wing Spain, Airbus Spain there now, BAE Systems, the tail, and there are various parts at the back of the Typhoon, the rear part of the fuselage, not the engine, but you've got BAE Systems and Leonardo as well, and of course Rolls-Royce. Britain making the EJ200, the Eurojet engines as well. So there we go, look at this, a beautiful engine. 85% carbon composite, that includes the acrylic canopy. And inside this section here, just the main fuselage alone, you're talking about 30 kilometers of cable and wiring there. That's amazing. It's not your regular cables behind your TV. If you thought behind your TV or PC systems there was pretty bad enough, you want to have a look at the Typhoon. Very amazing. Each wing held on by these 6 bolts. They're about, I don't know, about 9 inches by about 3 inches thick, I think they are roughly. That's just a rough guess. More, oh, that's the Typhoon being dragged out, that's fine. And yeah, it's an amazing kit. And inside the radome, they started off with the Captor M, the ECR developed by Marconi, the manual Captor ECR 90. Now they've developed into the Captor E-Scan Leonardo ECRS Mark II in there. It's like a moving radar inside there. It's the AESA, the Active Electronically Scanned Array, it's called. It's a Mark II Captor E-Scan, Captor E. It's amazing, and it can lock onto targets, I believe 160 kilometers, because that data I'm telling you is from the Captor M, the original. So 160 kilometers away, can lock onto fighter jets, and 300 kilometers for larger aircraft. The difference with the new one, probably best to show you from here, it's got 90 degrees of visual. Okay, it's got a 90-degree span of visual. So when you're doing fighter maneuvers, you still should be within your, it gives the pilot a better range. Can lock onto larger targets at 300 kilometers around, and lock onto 20 to 30 targets, prioritizing on 6. Now, when I said about the 90-degree span, what I mean about that is the situational awareness with what's around. So basically giving the right scope of the battlefield, using the helmet heads-up display on the helmet, sorry, the helmet display, which is absolutely amazing. It's about £80,000. So if you see the helmet with all those little bobbles on it, like boils over it, it's not decorative. It's just full of sensors and special equipment that the pilot can actually look through. Not like X-ray vision to look through the aircraft, but it can actually lock onto targets using the helmet. It's very clever. BAE Systems, what they would do for a new pilot, they would actually scan the pilot's head, and it would be suited for that pilot. It's pretty amazing. So I believe the Captor E is a bit further. I believe the new upgraded Captor is, this is the ECR, it's 200 kilometers, that's 125 miles for fighter jets that it can lock onto. That's pretty impressive. The field of view, however, is increased to 200 degree, if I remember, from the upgrades, because of course not all of them have it, but I don't know where that stands. But it can also do target tracking as well, and that's on the new Captor E. And the AESA, or the electronically scanned array, active electronically scanned array, allows for greater flexibility and performance. So it's pretty impressive stuff. So it's got basically a 50% more infield of regard. It's got at least 1,000 transmitter receiver modules. There are these little, tiny little sensors on there. So that's pretty impressive. Imagine that. So it's gone. So the original one, just having a quick look. So the original Captor M was 160, right? The original. So we're talking about inside here. So I don't want to confuse you. So the original ECR Marconi, ECR 90, 160 kilometers with a field of view of 90 degrees. The new one, the the Mark II Captor E, does 200 degrees field of view and 200 kilometers, 124 miles of range to. That's what you call BVR. So it's not like your movies where they're pretty much in close proximity with each other, but you know, like the likes of Top Gun, that doesn't, you know, when you've got the ability to lock onto targets 124 miles away, then you wouldn't need to get that close, right? So there we go. Come here, BBMF. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Let's have another little look what we've got that I can show you around the Typhoon. So yeah, so that's so I used to give you all the details. There's a startup. So I used to give you all the details of the original Captor M. That's the ECR 90 that I said. That one, oi oi! That one, like I said, was 160 kilometer lock-on targets field distance. But the new one, the Captor E, the Mark II, 200 kilometers, so 100 and oi oi, 24 miles away. So there we go. So there's our 4 planes here. They work simultaneously. Just going to show you around the Typhoon. They don't work individually. And the other thing about the defense of a Typhoon that it can do as well. Now, a lot of people, you know, when I was doing this, notice and kind of they kind of think of it in a negative way. The Typhoon, if it starts to spin, it starts to go into like a corkscrew, and it's done that for good reason. If you were being chased, all right, and you're trying to avoid enemy. Oh, the blue tag is optional from Eurofighter, by the way. If you are, you know, being chased, okay, by a attacking fighter, what would be the point in just going in a straight line and spinning? Not a lot. You need, whether you're on the ground, whether you're marine, or, you know, if you are under attack or whatever, the best target, the hardest target to hit is one that is erratic and zigzagging all over the place, right? So what would be the point in going in a straight line and spinning? So doing a corkscrew is actually going to make it a little bit harder. Okay, there we go. So that's one of the other little factors that I can tell you about that. Acrylic cockpit. Okay, canopy, sorry, acrylic canopy. The seat, which I can't show you in here because it doesn't have it, it is lovely. It really is a great memory foam seat. It is nice, I tell you that. I've managed to sit in 2 different Typhoons. One of them ZJ914 and 424 or 434. I don't remember which one it is. I've got a photo on my phone. I'll have a look at it. There we go. So under here you've got your air intakes. Now this is quite interesting. So you've got variable cowlings that open and close, these lips here on each of the intakes here. Now the intake is what's called an S-duct system. It's shaped like a letter S. The reason you can't see the fan, the compressor stage at all, you can't see the compressor fans, which do give off heat from squeezing and compressing the air, because it's sat up here, hence the letter S. Point of that is that radar can't detect that heat, so that's a good thing. A little bit of stealth attribute there. It's not unique to the Typhoon, the S-duct system, but I think the Rafale has it as well. But there we go, that's that. The other problem that you get, if you've got air intakes, you have to be, especially underneath, you have to be careful of what's called boundary layer. In fact, even if you've got intakes on the side of a fuselage, the Phantom, the F-35, here very similar to the F-16. So this next design is something that is very crucial, because there is a good reason. I've showed you the experiment where I've got my flask and I've poured water over it, because air is fluid, right? If you imagine when I poured that water, you'd think it would hit the top of the flask and then just go over it, right? Wrong. It actually goes and sticks around it and goes right down to the bottom and meets, and then the water drips from there, so it goes all the way around. So you wouldn't think that. It's really odd, isn't it? However, if that was air, then when air is hitting the Typhoon, when the air's going in here, this boundary layer diverter, or even a splitter bridge, okay, there is a reason for that, and the F-16 has it as well, and it's done that for good reason. If you didn't have this, it would create a lot of drag. Now, the difference in air pressure between the bottom part where the air is sticking, you know, you've got to remember the fluid over the flask scenario, you are then getting 2 different types of air pressure going in here, which if it hits the compressor blades or the fan, it's going to cause a disastrous time on your compressor blades and actually start to damage the engine. So it's a bit of a lifesaver. So this scoop is what this for, this diverter, this boundary layer diverter. The F-35 has a little bulge, and that's enough to stop the boundary layer from happening. Very, very clever. In reality, under here on the actual diverter, it's actually got some grilled they're like grills here. It's all grooved or drilled, whatever way you want to call it. But there's loads and loads of holes here. So that is something I need to ask someone in avionics about what those are for. I'm going to assume it's to help with the boundary layer in whichever way. So we spoke about all the different parts. On earlier models, especially with Delta wings, you get a lot of drag where the wings meet. I've had a look at the aerodynamics as in all those wind tunnels. I've had a look on various videos on certain designs, and you get a lot of drag where the wing connects to the fuselage. So what they did, again, boundary layer, think boundary layer, to stop the drag, they bulged this out a bit, and that's enough to help. So think of the F-35 as well. The boundary layer diverter has that bulge on there, so I guess that's probably what's happening. It's to stop drag here. So the airframe itself has been designed to be unstable with that in mind. So what they've got is what's called fly-by-wire. You've got 4 main computers. The aircraft data pitos, they're like 4 little metal triangles, sit under the, well, shall we say the start of the nose. Start, is that the start? Well, yeah, we'll just go here. The beginning of where the radome goes out. There's 2 that are covered by a red cover, which we can see sometimes. Don't think we've got any that I can show you out there, and then another 2. So those send data to each computer, and there's 4 because there are 4 main computers which keep this airborne. The starboard, the right pylon here, this is like your decoy antenna. Like I've always mentioned, when I first started doing this, I thought that it was a lanyard with a blow-up Typhoon. No, it's not. It might show that on the enemy radar, but it's not. It's just, I don't know, it's like a real bare metal pylon. It's like an antenna been towed along, and it gives the radar signature of a Typhoon. So that will think, you know, so enemy radar would think that is the Typhoon, not over here. So a great way to defend it. So there are various weapons, missiles, such as there's heat seeking, and there's also laser guided and guided missiles. So if you are going to have a heat seeking, the Typhoon's got flare dispensers. If they're radar locked, then you can use chaff, which are, I think they're somewhere, actually I think the flares are here, sorry, they're about here, the flares. It's not very well done on this one because it is just a basic model to show you around. But I've got a Typhoon coming now. Yeah, you got like bits of metal, they're called chaff. They used them in World War II, they called them window. Show us. It's got 13 hard points, so you can fit all sorts of armament, including a total of 3 drop tanks. Gosh, did you see that crow just it's gonna get me one day, it's gonna get me, and I hope someone films it because it'll be hilarious. So I love things like that. Typhoon going out. Oh yeah. That's what we like. Okay, so 2 more to leave the floor. Here we go. Thank you very much for getting us to 1K likes. Thank you very much for the update, Davey. Oh yeah. And Chris, thank you. Alright, here we go. So oh no, that was the one that came back, wasn't it? Yeah, it's fine. Sorry, I thought we had another one taxiing out, but that's the noise I can hear spooling, apart from the very loud ice cream van. So for those wondering about the Typhoon's amazing thrust to weight ratio, so I'll just give you a little rundown on that. Here we go. So this is all to do with the thrust to weight ratio, and we have ourselves a Typhoon, Eurofighter Typhoon. Now it's powered by two Rolls-Royce EJ 200 engines, okay? They're rated at just over 20,000 pounds of thrust each with reheats. Reheats is the same as afterburners, and we can show you how that all works if you like, or watch some of our other videos as well on other streams. But let me tell you about the power of the Typhoon. So you've got 40,000 pounds of thrust in total with the reheat. I think it's about 30,000 or so without. It's about just over 30,000 just in military power, just standard without the reheats. Okay. Now let's talk about the thrust to weight ratio. So the Typhoon empty is at 24,000 pounds, about that. Okay. Now remember, the Typhoon's got 40,000 pounds of thrust maximum with the reheats. Okay. Okay, can't fly without any fuel, so you can put fuel in there. Let's say you put 8,000 pounds of fuel in there, taking you to 32,000 pounds, okay? Plus pilot weight as well, plus a few extras. You've still got an amazing thrust to weight ratio. It's basically 40,000 pound divided by a little bit of maths there, divided by what weight you've got, and you're looking for 1-1 if you are fully loaded, fully fueled, and you're 1-1. That is the best that you can get, really, because that's fully loaded and fully fueled. So how does it compare in performance then? What does it do? Literally, as it sat at the runway on full power, on full reheats, from releasing those brakes in 8 seconds. This does depend on the pilot, because you can go as fast as you want. It's a Typhoon, it can go supersonic easy. So from 8 seconds it can go, this is a rough guide, 185 miles per hour, okay? And within 8 seconds from that time it released the brakes, it can go into a 50 to 60 degree and climb vertically, but it can accelerate vertically. This is not the case of doing a quick climb. If this did a quick climb, it will end up on the moon. 22 seconds after pulling up from the 8 seconds, so basically 30 seconds, this can go supersonic, okay? So that's just to give you an idea. If you're a heavier aircraft, okay, and you've still got all the power, but your thrust to weight ratio isn't as good as a Typhoon, like the F-35. See, the F-35A can do a performance takeoff. It just has to have very little fuel in it to do it, because you're decreasing that weight. So if you are fully fueled in an F-35A, don't forget, on an F-35A, you've got 43,000 pounds of thrust. It's slightly heavier at 29, I think it's 29,000 pounds, the F-35, but you need to put fuel in there. You're getting closer and closer to your 43,000 pound of thrust. But what you do, if you are, you know, you've got some good load in there and some good amount of fuel, what you can do, you can then do you can add a bit of physics to defy the forces of gravity in some ways, if you want to do it that. There is a bit of mathematics and physics with this, but I'm not going to go into detail. But what you can do, if you don't have a thrust to weight like a Typhoon, you can accelerate all the way down the runway, maintain around 50 to 120 feet, reach speeds of 385, 400 miles per hour, then try pulling up. Gravity's going to have a little bit harder to try and pull you down, but my point is you've got 400 miles per hour behind you, and that's why they look absolutely impressive. But you got to give it to the Typhoon, because in 8 seconds it's already accelerating and doing it. So that is the power and the thrust to weight ratio of a Typhoon. It's an impressive 1-1, as they call it. A little bit leaner and better when you start taking off bits of it, like basically having less fuel and less payload. Good questions coming out there. If you've got any questions about the food, let me know. Oh yeah, you're all right. Good, thank you. So I hope that made sense on that one. So yes, the F-15 is a larger aircraft. It's got the Pratt & Whitney F100 229s produce around £29,000 of thrust each, right? So that's £58,000. But don't forget, it's a heavier aircraft. You've got to remember that factor. You start taking things off it though, add a bit of fuel, you can probably do it. Hiya, you alright?
Yeah. Can you give that to Ted?
Oh, bless your heart.
He's doing a great job.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you, thank you. Oh, bless your heart. Thanks a lot for that. Oh, you too. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Here comes the Typhoon into the circuit, which I'm probably going to miss. Doing great listening to that. So, does anyone drive? Does anyone drive on our chapel? Does anyone drive? Let me know if you drive a vehicle, a car. Let's go with car, and I'll tell you how all this works. Does anyone drive a car? Right, so your car's right. Fill out with fuel. So weigh your car, not literally, but just this is going to give you an example. Say you are on a track, a nice long track, or a disused airfield that you're allowed to take your car. All right. So, whatever the weight is of your car, no idea what it will be, but hear me out. What you need to do now, imagine that you take the seats out. Take the seats out, there you go, take all the seats out, apart from the driver's seat. Okay? Now, if you were to weigh those seats, they weigh quite a bit. I mean, completely now, remove all the interior that you don't need. This is why track day cars have literally got nothing in them. Okay, because they're weight reducting the whole car. It's called weight reduction. I used to own a car that was naturally been made into a track day car. It was an Honda Integra Type R, an original UK limited edition, one of the 1500 in the championship white. And the reason why, okay, you're probably thinking, hang on, it's only an 1.8, you know, an 1800, but it was the weight was so light, very light. So, you know, and then if you were to remove and replace your metal with carbon fiber or carbon composite, then you're getting lighter and lighter. Now drive your car. It will be really, you haven't done anything to the engine, nothing. And this is the thing, so you haven't done anything in that engine bay, but you've just made your car really quick. Why? Because the weight reduction, taken loads of stuff out, which is why thrust to weight ratio is really important as a factor for performance for an aircraft. You know, it's not the factor, you know, these are 20,000, you know, the whole engine length is smaller than the F-15's engine, smaller than the F-35. But because of the lightweight design, it's almost like the track day car of the skies. You know, imagine replacing the wings with metal, then you're going to have problems, it's going to be heavier. So the 4 planes the little wings at the front, just under the cockpit there. They can, you know, adjust the angle of attack, because the Typhoon doesn't have elevators. Think of the F-15 or the Tornado, that's got elevators. Typhoon doesn't, there's no elevators. So you can use the 4 planes for elevators, and also it can create drag as well, so they can be used as a speed brake as well. So we don't often see the air brake used, because the 4 planes can create a speed bleed. It's probably the right thing. Turbo used to do it quite a lot. Just before he used to go into his leaping salmon, he used to do a speed, like almost bleeding the speed. This is the wrong terminology, but it's the right in essence, because that's what he was doing, bleeding the speed. He'd completely thrash it down and with reheat, and then apply that brake probably from, like I said, from the 4 planes to slow it down and bleed that speed. Of course, the turn, the amount of G's pulled to slow down that aircraft like that must be quite staggering, but there we go. Right, T72, you take care, man. Enjoy. Trog, absolutely. Right, so there's a motorbike here, really nice. I don't even know what that is, but it looks amazing. Exactly, they haven't got the largest engines in the world, but the weight of it compared to a car. You stick that motorbike engine in the car, it's not going to go as quick as a motorbike, which is why they're quick, because of the weight. Hope that's cleared that up. In fact, using a car and a motorbike actually is a really good example. Very good. Don't forget our new merch, always bringing out latest and greatest. We've got new merch in another month as well coming out, and our latest edition is the Beret Recovery Team patch, made with Velcro. Made with Velcro as well. Look at this. Awesome. 10 by 10 by 10 centimeters, the Beret Recovery Team patch. Velcro is really cool because you can do your worst and then hide the evidence. Look at that. Or of course Ted's patch can stick on. So we've got the patch. We've also got a key ring. In fact, we've got 2 new key rings. So we've got another, this one's 7 by 7 by 7, another Beret Recovery Team theme. Okay, nice little key ring there, and also a Ted key ring as well. Look at it. Oh yeah, so these are new on our website, available now. Enjoy. Visit tedconingsby.co.uk. So we're coming up to the last sort of 45 minutes of our show, and hope you've enjoyed it. It's been a good day, really. It's been really good. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da. See ya. Right, let's have a quick look, see if we've got anything coming back on the immediate. Nothing just yet immediately, but I could go and get a cup of tea and make them all come out again. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope we're all well. Hey, alright there now? How we doing round here? My name's Reggie, part of the RAF Regiment there now. That's all I do around there now. Also with this fuss around there. Part of the RAF Regiment, got to do all my checks. Looks like we've got a bit of trouble around here. If you see the red tent fella, might need to have a word with him there now. That's right, part of the RAF Regiment. Keep our feet on the ground there now. Do that fine business. Although there now, these are quite pretty little planes there now. Need a bit of backup. This car park's a bit full. I forgot. Oh, dearie me, I forgot that special move. Oh dear, I'll have to. What was it? Left, right, left, back, kick. Oh, g'day, mate. Oh no, not yet. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh, I remember now. There, now forward, back, kick. Hey, right now. Yeah, I'm alright, Reggie. How you doing round here, Reggie? I'm alright, Reggie. You? I'm alright, Reggie. All good, Reggie. That's right, Reggie. Both Regiment. Yeah, we've got to go and got to do our perimeter checks, mate. Looks a bit busy around here. It's like catching chuckins, isn't it? Yeah, it's like catching fog. What do you mean? I missed. That's very good. I like that one. Yeah, it's like trying to catch a chuckin. I know. Dear, oh dear. I mean, it's a good job they don't fly in it, Reggie. I know, Reggie. Imagine chuckins flying. I know. And that's it. It was good to find out why they don't have wings there now, isn't it? No, they do have wings. Oh, yeah, but you said the full plane, that's what they are, they don't fly. Oh, that's right. It's very confusing, isn't it? What's that other bird? There's a few birds that they've got wings, they don't really fly, do they? Yeah, but I think they're full planes. They, I think Ground Crew Drew was telling us they create a bit of drag, yeah. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's what I'm talking about, yeah. That's a nice one, isn't it? That's a nice one. Oi, there's a wreck, isn't it? Doesn't sound very good, it. I think we need to have a word with that archery van. I think we do, Reggie. How you doing? What's going on? Grand Crew Drew here, hope you're all good. Hey, sun on the head. Ah, Bundesliga, very good. My name is Jens from Germany. How you doing, Jens? You alright? I'm very good, yes, yeah. You did the Glinsman, very good. Oh, did I? Thanks very much. Thanks very much there. That's all good. Always like to use me loaf. What do you mean, your loaf? You eat sandwiches? No, mate, me loaf of bread, head. I don't understand this lingo. What is this? I must know this. My English is very good. I don't like not knowing anything. Okay, so basically I say a few things that rhyme. Why would you do that? Are you a poet? No, not quite, but you know it is. But no, it's just the way we say things. Like, I don't know, like the TV, the television. Yeah, so I say the wobbly jelly. A wobbly jelly? What do you mean a wobbly jelly? Well, it looks like a wobbly jelly. Jelly. Oh, that's very good. I like this one. So I'm going to watch the wobbly jelly. Absolutely, you got it in one. So I'm going to sit there, and when you pass me the football, I will hit it with my loaf of bread. Very good. Yeah, you got it, mate. Nice, nice, nice. Ah, I must teach you something as well. Okay, what is that? There's lever. I hope he's all right. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears, ground crew Drew here, just helping out over there with the Typhoons on the main ASB. Hope you're all good and enjoying the show. Yeah, it's been pretty good, isn't it? I mean, don't forget about us ground crew, do you know what I mean? We're the ones that get these aircraft going up and down, back, up again, you know what I mean? That's why sometimes you see the serial number that you saw earlier go back out again. That's down to us, making sure it's ready for the next pilot. Bowser's come along, fill it up as well. That's ready to go. We've got to make sure they're filled up tip top before they do anything else. That's why we have to refuel them, because they can create a problem. They can create condensation, which is extremely dangerous. There's my boys, how you doing? So yeah, that's why. And then we got to do all the little maintenance. Good thing about the Typhoon, you just plug it in and have a look. It's got this diagnostics module system on there. It's amazing. Do you know what I mean? Just plug it in, have a look. Yeah, I know. Reminds me of our Game Boy. I remember. Do you remember the Game Boy? Oh, that was a classic, wasn't it? You know, we weren't really that bothered back in the days. Just 2 colours, that was more than enough. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, listen, mine, how you go? My name's Ground Crew Drew. Nice to see you. And if you're watching on your wobbly jelly or your lamb chop or your dog and bone, make sure you give us a like. See ya. Oh, well, thank you. Grand Crew True got there quite quick, didn't it?
Come on then, watch the shot.
Yes, I'm on for just another half an hour, and when I'm done, I'll show you what we got. I've got these are new. These are our the clearings and patches that we've got. Got a few other bits as well. I've got other stuff as well, the patches and stuff. I'll say in about half an hour when I'm done. All right.
No problem, it's all right.
Yeah, good. How are you? All right, sir.
Yeah. Last year, the car broke down up here. I don't know if you can remember. My missus went and a lot of people just jumped at.
I've got them now.
Yeah,
Because I get a lot of people that ask me. Yes, I've got one of those starter packs.
Yeah. But what happened was, BBMF for the car.
Oh no!
So when I was phoning up the insurance to get like, the RAC to come out and give us a jump start, they're going, no, your car ain't taxed. Yeah, it is, it's taxed. No, it's not because we do.
Oh no! Well, it's easily done though, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, with everything you're going on.
Yeah. Oh no. Well, I'll catch up as soon as I'm done. Well, I'll show you where we go. All right, mate. No worries. So we've got another start up there, spooling a Typhoon. Gonna have a quick look, see if we got anything else immediately coming back. Low flying pro. No, it's going over here. Okay. Two more just coming up. Go. These could be our last departures for us on our show today. Hope you've all enjoyed the Ted Coningsby channel show today. Welcome to all our new viewers as well, and our new members as well. And if you've enjoyed it, don't forget to hit that like button. And of course, come and join us. It's free to join as a subscriber. Come and join our wonderful 97,000 subscribers. And if you want to take it to the next level as well, do think about joining the Ted Coningsby channel as a member. Help support our channel, help it grow in our wonderful community. You get access to a Ted Coningsby members Discord server where you can chat and communicate with other Ted Coningsby fans, so you don't have to wait for our live shows if you enjoy our chats. Mosquitoes were based here indeed. Here we go. Yeah, so someone asked about the Mosquitoes. Yes, they were here from 1944 with various squadrons, even right up until 1946, where we had even more Mosquito squadrons arriving. Squadrons such as 109 and 139 squadrons operating the Mosquitoes. And then we're here and at Woodhall Spa, the satellite station for RAF Coningsby. As we come to the last few minutes of our stream, it's been an absolute pleasure. plane. Yeah, I did. Yeah, that's all right. It's all good. Yeah, you too, man. Okay, buddy, thank you. Yes. I'm almost done. Almost done. Right, how we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Like I said, hope you enjoyed today. And just before we finish up, what I might do, which will probably be a really bad but fun idea, is to talk to you really quickly. I'll see if I can fit in a history for 10 minutes. I think I can do it. I don't even know how long it takes me to do that. But, let's ride this out. Let's see what we can do. Let me check the battery. Yeah, we're good with battery. So yeah, we got our last just a few minutes here at Coningsby. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? My name's Nick Ossum, your cameraman, historian and commentator, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here. And I know a lot of people, when they come here, they do resonate Lincolnshire with Bomber County, and it is England's second largest county, and during the Second World War it was nicknamed Bomber County, hence that's where the nickname came from. There was as many as 46 military airfields with an average of 7 miles apart between airfield to airfield. So off the top of my head, we got East Kirkby, Woodhall Spa, Spilsby, Dunholm Lodge, Metheringham, and then we can go further back. We got Waddington, and then any others that I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, there was so many. And that's the reason for that. But before that, let's give credit to what it was before Bomber County, because it was actually fighter town, because during World War I it was defending against the Zeppelin raids. There were several airfields to defend against the Zeppelin raids during the First World War. There were 300 military airfields during the, right up to the end of the First World War, there was 300. But of course, after that, things needed to be reduced, because do we need them? One of those things, isn't it? By 1924 we had just 27. This is just here, this is just in the UK, so this really did shrink. But many of the airfields were recalled for the expansion, and by 1935 airfields began to rise again. Now the threat of the Second World War was a reality. In 1936 Bomber Command formed, along with Fighter Command and Coastal Command too. Now grass runways were the obvious choice, the quickest choice, the quickest way to get an airfield active. Let's face it though, there were benefits for a grass runway. They were excellent for fighters, and should the airfield come under attack, there was always a stretch of land that a Spitfire could take off from, and lighter bombers could do this as well. It wasn't the fact that you had to dedicate it, yet it was preserved in that way. On the downside to grass runways is to be able to the drainage, so it had to be chosen very carefully, although we are naturally a very wet country and drainage was an issue. So grass runways, although excellent for fighters, should they come under attack, like I said, there was always somewhere a piece of stretch of grass to be able to take off from, and light bombers too were suitable for them. But the need for hardened concrete runways was imminent when the likes of heavier bombers started to be produced, and the Lancaster and heavy bombers, once they were introduced, grass runways weren't good enough. Now, what they did, they created from, the Air Ministry said from December 1940, literally the last month, they said any airfields that were going to be built had to be made with, if it was going to be for a bomber station, then it needed to be the Class A configured runway. Now, Class A configured runways are the letter A shape, one main runway with two subsidiary ones making a letter A. Benefits, should the runway get damaged or worse, you know, they could use the other runway. However, they did kind of they were thinking about getting rid of it, which they did, because now we have only got maybe some modern airfields today, they only have one or even the two left over from the original time. So that was what was going to happen from December 1940. Now, plans to build Coningsby happened in 1937, and it was built finally on the 4th of November 1940, and it was ready to use, like I said, with a grass runway, and it was operating under number 5 group, which interestingly first formed in at RAF Mildenhall, and for a month, and then in October they moved to St Vincent's Hall at Grantham, so they went back to Bomber County, and Coningsby fell under number 5 group. The first residents to arrive and operate at Coningsby was on the 23rd of February 1941, and it was 106 Squadron who arrived here operating the Handley Page Hampden bomber. Their first mission at Coningsby, and Coningsby's first ever mission as well, took part on a raid on the 1st to the 2nd of March 1941, when 5 Hampdens took part in a raid over Hamburg. The following night, after completing that mission, they took part again in another mission, though this time, sadly, it was the squadron's first loss here, and of course it was Coningsby's first loss. Aircraft X3002 failed to return, with all 4 sadly perishing. That was the first loss for Coningsby, and all 4 for Coningsby. Now, I'll just show you the very first aircraft, because it is quite historic. There's our 1,000 horsepower each engine, the Bristol Pegasus Handley Page Hampden bomber. Look at it. Beautiful little bomber. Like I said, known as the flying suitcase, because it had a fuselage just 3 foot wide, that's 1 meter. But nevertheless, this was, you know, we have to develop technology as we go along, and this was going to be one of the last twin engine bombers of its kind. We had the Blenheim, we had the what else did we have? They had the Blenheim, the Avro Manchester, the Wellesley, and so on. So those were becoming, you know, they were going to be becoming redundant. We also had the Vickers Wellington. Let's not forget the Vickers Wellington. But as far as Coningsby, they were operating with the Handley Page Hampden bombers. On the 15th of March, 106 Squadron were joined by 97 Squadron. Now, this was quite an interesting aircraft because of the fact that it had a reputation, the Avro Manchester. Now, it had, how do I say, it was a double-edged sword, because it had problems, but it led on to something wonderful, which I'll explain. Now, the Avro Manchester, it was designed obviously by Roy Chadwick and Avro and his crew, and I've got a photo of it. They're very hard to get hold of, as in a model. Now, I'm going to show you something. Now, the Avro Manchester, the failure for this was the engines. It was a great, powerful bomber. You know, we had the likes of 1,000 horsepower on each of those engines, okay, on those Bristol Pegasus. But these were 1,760 horsepower rated Rolls-Royce Vulture engines. Now, you're probably thinking, hang on a minute, that looks like a Lancaster. Well, it eventually did become the Lancaster. And let me explain. There's our Avro Manchester there. Now, the first Avro Manchester actually had 3 tails. All right, had the H tail, a little bit smaller than our Lancaster at the moment, but things evolve, so don't you worry. Even there's our Harrow there. There's the evolution of twin engine bombers during that 1939 period. This aircraft was grounded several times, and you know, some squadrons went out alone. Now, I said to you that 97 Squadron joined 106, but sometimes on missions, sadly, 106 had to go on their own because the problems with the Manchester. Now, what were the problems? Was actually the engine. The engine was the problem for that aircraft. Yes, Rolls-Royce Vulture. I think, do you know what? I won't tell you what it is because I can't remember, but it was supposed to go in another aircraft that was quite popular, and I can't remember what that was, but I'll find out. The problem was the ball bearings inside. They used to heat up and catch fire. That's, you know, not only are you going into the battlefield and you've got a problem with your engine, not only are you going to the battlefield as one problem, probably getting hit by flak and enemy fighters, then you've got your own aircraft being your own enemy. So it was grounded and didn't even see the end of the war, and it was given the specification was P1336. Now that was a medium bomber, all right, but hear me out, because something wonderful happened because of that specification. First 4-engine bomber was of course the Sterling, then the Halifax, and then Roy Chadwick and his crew were working on something, and it led on to the Lancaster. I know I'm going off tangent, but just quickly, they fixed the problem by adding 4 new engines, okay? They were the Rolls-Royce 20 Merlins. Oh yeah. They increased the wingspan to fit the 4 engines. That the BT308 prototype sent to Waddington early 1941 had the 3 tails back again. DG595, the second prototype, got rid of it, increased that H by 3 meters. They were going to call it the Avro Manchester Mark III. They didn't. They called it the Avro Lancaster. Ah, yeah. So that's just a quick off tangent there. April the 10th to the 11th, 106 were sent on a small scale raid at Dusseldorf, and 2 more Hampdens were lost by night fighters. The 8 men lay side by side in a Dutch cemetery where they were sadly lost. Now 106 Squadron were actually converting to the Manchester, but because they kept getting grounded, even feathering on the propellers were causing problems, and it was usually on the way back, but obviously once you start having issues, they all started having issues. And you know, in July and August 1941, 106 Squadron lost a total of 15 aircraft. Don't forget, they've been there since February. In August 1941, Hampden AE-193, piloted by Sergeant Leon, was heading home from a raid at Duisburg when disaster struck, as both Olympus Pegasus engines failed whilst 40 miles out over the North Sea at the island just over Texel, Netherlands. Now Leon managed to land the Hampden on the sea, and all 4 got out, and it was they had to endure. Basically, they got out. They got the dinghy. They got their parachute harnesses, and they were using what they can as a. And they used their. I think they used their life jacket to make a sail. They made a makeshift sail. They had to endure 2 days of rain and cold, and then another 2 days of heat. You know, being out there in the sea. No one's seen them. No one spotted them. So they started sort of going in and out of consciousness with no fresh water, nothing to eat. They ended up being washed ashore, but they were spotted by fishermen, and they were living on like raw shellfish with no fresh water. But they did receive medical treatment and survived, and they were eventually turned to the they were prisoners of war ultimately. 97 Squadron were actually having a better time in their Manchesters, and because 106 Squadron had the reputation for having the highest percentage of losses as a Hampden Squadron. And on the 8th and the 9th of April 1941, 97 Squadron took to the skies in their new aircraft on a night raid for the largest raid of the war by Bomber Command on Kiel. But the Manchester again had more serious problems, more accidents. In fact, they've started to lose control on takeoff, and there's one, I don't know where it is, but somewhere here is a crash site just on takeoff on a Manchester. Many were lost after the raids, homeward bound. It wasn't unusual to hear a pilot say engine 1 on fire, engine 2 not so good. You know, I've come across many stories of pilots ordering their men to bail out and the worst happening to them. Another interesting story related to Coningsby. Again, it's 106 Squadron taken off with their Hampdens for a raid at Karlsruhe near Frankfurt. It happened on the 2nd of October 1941, AD 768, piloted by Sergeant Newby. He was on his way heading for Karlsruhe, and the weather was so bad and they couldn't see the target that they were ordered to RTB, return to base. But he thought, hang on, I'm just 5 minutes away. He carried on and bombed the target, headed back, met ME-110s on the way back, all his navigational system was completely shot to bits, and the engines started to fail. They managed to evade the ME-110s and ended up over Ireland, which was neutral. In the end, both engines died, and they bailed out. They knew where they were over land, and they had the right height. But what they weren't sure is exactly where they were. But they landed on Ireland, which was neutral, and they spent the rest of the war being interned on Ireland because it was neutral. Ireland was an interesting one because both Luftwaffe and Royal Air Force pilots were trying to help each other get out. But there we go. So that's an interesting one, that one. With all the issues that Manchester was having, 106 Squadron were actually converting to the Manchester, and in early 1942 they converted to them, and by February 1942, Coningsby Satellite Station, RAF Woodhall Spa, which is just 5.5 miles away, was complete with hardened runway. So it was a satellite station for Coningsby. The reason? Because they were going to convert these two squadrons with the Avro Lancaster, but they actually operated them over there, 5 miles away that way at Woodhall Spa. What they did, 97 Squadron formed their own heavy conversion unit, and 106 Squadron did the same. It wasn't uncommon for squadrons to split a B flight, for example, and make it into another squadron. And what they did, they made a heavy conversion unit. So they split their squadron and actually had almost like a conversion unit at Woodhall Spa for the same squadron, though, this time. Eventually, 97 Squadron did move to Woodhall Spa during bad weather. Aircraft were being used from Woodhall Spa instead of Coningsby. 106 Squadron didn't have the best start in the Manchesters anyway, with the missions being aborted, but did get their first sortie in their new aircraft on the 20th of March 1942. It was Warrant Officer Merrills who successfully planted the mines off Kiel. In 1942, 106 Squadron was to have a new wing commander. Aged just 23, Wing Commander Guy Gibson took command of the squadron, increasing morale. Now, he was the youngest commanding officer of a Bomber Command squadron. Gibson got himself into flying, though. He hated desk jobs, so he got himself into flying. He flew ops consecutively, flying ops with mine laying in the Baltics, so to the 22nd of April 1942. 3 more sorties in the Manchester during the following 3 weeks. He was a great commander and a great pilot for the squadron, that he actually was recognised because he did 18 night sorties, 6 of which were consecutive. If you thought going into a Lancaster or any bomber during World War II was frightening, try doing 6 in a row. The squadron was improved and performance was noted by analysts of 5 Bomber Command and the Air Ministry, which is why I think he was selected. You know, he had a good performance. He had 4 aerial victories at 29 Fighter Squadron when he was with them. 30th of May 1942, Coningsby's aircraft took part in the 1000 bomber raid over Cologne, which were 3 night raids over German cities, and eventually in mid-1942, 106 Squadron took their last mission at Coningsby before moving to Syerston, while Coningsby closed to upgrade its grass runway to the hardened runway, which was set as 3 Class A's. On its final mission with the raid over Bremen, 3 of their aircraft again failed to return. The transformation to the new runways meant that flying ceased for nearly a year, September 1942 to August 1943. During this period, number 5 training school were here, the 5 Group G equipment school, and even Bomber Command's field cookery chucking school, just kidding, cookery school were here as well to take advantage of the facilities. There was no flying here, so it was good to go. When the facilities finally opened with the runways, the new hardened runways, 106 Squadron, because of the delays, eventually moved to RAF Metheringham with their Lancasters in 43. Now, in the spring of 1943, first to use the new runways were 1514 Beam Approach training flight. So here we had Avro Ansons and Airspeed Oxford as well. This was called the Beam Approach training to help pilots learn to land in poor visibility, especially at night, using a beam approach. So a bit like an ILS. On the 25th of August 1943, Coningsby was back in Bomber Command operations, and the famous 617 Squadron actually arrived here with their Lancaster bombers. 617 flew many raids from Coningsby and eventually swapped with 619 in January 1944. Now, we always resonate and link Scampton with 617 Squadron, and it always has that connection, but in fact, in reality, it was actually Woodhall Spa where they operated from the most in its operations. In fact, Petwood Hotel was home to many of its officers. 61 Squadron also made Coningsby its home with the Avro Lancaster. Both 61 and 619 Squadron took to the skies in many raids, and sadly losing many aircraft again, all of Coningsby's own aircraft. So it has so much history here. Even on D-Day as well, 97 Squadron were back at Coningsby and took part in D-Day operations with 18 Lancasters. Sadly, Wing Commander Jimmy Carter, who joked and said, "Thank God we're not in OTU now," because I remember I expressed the dangers of being in an operational training unit. Sad, because their thinking was, D-Day, it's the Normandy beaches, we're not going to go deep into Bremen or Germany itself. They thought this would be good, but sadly they were met with the people experienced JG-10s who were flying 190s, who were experienced Wilde Sauer, who were experienced in night fighting. They were to lose 4 aircraft. That's 28 men lost on that raid. In 1944, Mosquito squadrons began operating out of Coningsby as well. On the 19th of September 1944, 5 Group Bomber Command were given a mission to use Mosquitoes for a mission over Bremen, and it was Guy Gibson who took part in the raid but went to Woodhall Spa. Used KB267 of number 657 Squadron. The raid went ahead, and for whatever reason, this was the last time anyone ever seen him, because they seen KB267 crashing into Steenbruggen in the Netherlands at around 22:30 after the raid. Now, Gibson was flew 171 operational missions, shot down 4 enemy aircraft as a night fighter with 29 Squadron. He was just 26 when he died. 97 Squadron and 83 Squadron operated the Avro Lincoln, so another aircraft that was operating here, along with Mosquito squadrons such as 109 and 139. I'll just show you the Mosquito because I know you want to see it. Here it is. Mosquitoes were here, man. Here they are, the legendary aircraft made out of wood. Beautiful, isn't it? This was here with various squadrons, powered by the Merlin engines. It's a superb aircraft. A crew of 2, wingspan 54 feet 2 inches, 2 Rolls-Royce Merlin V12, 1700 horsepower on the earlier marks, max speed at 415 miles per hour. Service ceiling a very healthy 37,000 feet. The armament was great, 4 7x77 Browning machine guns and 4 20mm Hispano cannons. It carried 4,000-pound bombs as well, and it was pretty good. It reminds me of the P-38, you know, that one. It does. So we're now in the era of what we on Mosquitoes. We've had Lincolns. Next, in the 50s, we started to see Boeing Washingtons, which was a B-29 in the RAF designation. 15 Squadron also were operating them, and in 1953, a new era for Coningsby. It became the first Coningsby turned into the jet era, and its first jet aircraft was the English Electric Canberra. 9, 12, 15 and 249 squadrons. 62, 64 saw the Avro Vulcan. It became a QRA station with them, using the Vulcan B2. And finally, the Canberra was carefully going to be replaced, and they had to think of an aircraft to replace it. Yes, Coningsby was going to become a TSR2 station. Instead, they went with the F111 Aardvark. They ordered 50, 2 were almost made, but it was scrapped, and they chose the Phantom. All the way from Akrotiri, I think it was. Number 6 Squadron arrived here. I know, they arrived here at Coningsby in 1969. Coningsby became a Phantom station, but it became Fighter Town. That's right, Fighter Town, with various squadrons such as 228, 41, 29, 56 and 23 fighter squadrons. Most of those squadrons went to Wattisham, and it acted as a QRA station, along with Leeming, QRF and Lucas as well. BBMF arrived in 76, and after that we talked about 41 Squadron going to Coltishall with various aircraft. They arrived here with a Jaguar from Cottesmore, I think it was, the Harrier, and eventually the Tornado F3 in 1984. Various Tornadoes were operating here until eventually all the way at BA Warton Aerodrome, number 17 Reserve Squadron at the time. They were training on the Typhoon in 2003. They arrived here. So the first Typhoons arrived here with number 17 Squadron, May the 19th. That's right, May the 19th, 2005. Then 29 Squadron, they were going to become the operational conversion unit. 3 fighter, 11 fighter came. 41 Test and Evaluation Squadron were here as well, and as recent as 2020, 12 Squadron arrived here as a joint Qatari Emirate Air Force and Royal Air Force Squadron. So much history, it could take hours and hours to go into all the stories and all the depth, but maybe another day, right? Maybe like I did with the Christmas special, but there we go. It's fascinating. I mean, I didn't get to show you the Lancaster. This is a 617 Squadron. Now you're probably thinking, hang on Nikos, hang on. 617 Squadron, they're Alpha Juliet markings. I know, however, Yankee Zulu meant that it had the 22,000 pound bomb Grand Slam. Even modern aircraft can't get, like fighters can't carry, like look at the sheer size of that. However, it was modified, the upper turret, the dorsal turret gone. Weight reduction, think weight reduction. If you're going to start sticking 22,000 pound of bomb, but there we go. This was a 617 Squadron, Yankee Zulu. Listen, this is a great way to end the show with this history, and thank you very much for listening. I'll just get the last guards marches done before we get a Typhoon with 4,000 circuits, because that normally happens. And I've got a gentleman here waiting patiently, bless him, which I'll... Ted, you alright mate? Hope you enjoyed that. Okay, so Margot, thank you very much. A Guards March to you. Wee Stevie Boy should have Ted's radar explanation during Guards March. Wee Stevie Boy as well, thank you very much. Bid to present Margot with Ted's wee radar drawing, because she wants to bring back the Tornado Guards March. Thank you very much. Mark Moody, we all playing that game, LOL, Guards March. Margot, thank you very much as well. Guards March to you. Bid to give Wee Stevie Boy Ted's wee radar explanation. Troy, there's a bit of a bid thing going on here, I love it. Wee Stevie Boy, Guards March. Margot, Guards March. I'm going backwards, it's not working very well. Darren Harwood, member for 28 months, another mile rock for our furry friend and the boss. Thank you very much. Guards March to you. Rob Kennard, thank you very much. Go grab an ice cream. Thank you very much. Guards March. Wee Stevie Boy, Margot, I'm in for the radar. Love it. Margot with another one. No bid. Wee Stevie Boy, another bid. This is hilarious. Margot, thank you. And Tom Powell, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Guards March. Gav BC, member for 12 months. What 12 months it's been. Thank you, Nikos, Ted, Reggie, and all the best. Span of Flight for all the hard work. John Minter with 28 months membership. Guards March. Rob Kennard, high five. Paul Pump, thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Cadwell 5 as well, 16 months membership. Then a here for 16 months. Love it all. Thank you very much indeed. Right, that's us done, Ted. We are gone and finished. Kebab wrapped, salmon wrapped and rolled. Hope you enjoyed the history there. I managed to fit it in without any movements at all. Wow, can't believe I did that. May have felt I might have rushed it a little bit, but you know, it's time to go. Thank you very much. So before we go, of course, RAF Coningsby, thank you very much for looking after our skies. Ah, yeah, proud of you all. And of course, our viewers, thank you so much for today. Thank you very much. So, hope you enjoyed it. My name's Nikos, cameraman, historian and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at TED HQ, RAF Coningsby. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well. Come on in, Ted, hit the button, mate. Oh yeah! Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah! Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Oh yeah.